Hello, and thank you for tuning into the first edition of the Buffalo Basement Podcast here on the Do Champions Media Network. I am Pat Bruknis. You can find me on Twitter at Pat_Bruknis. I'm here with the host of the show, Matt Diegert. You can find him on Twitter at Matt Diegert, and also a co-founder of Do Champions Network, and the other co-founder of Do Champions Media Network, Student. You can find him on Twitter at Student Body Right. Fellas, it's the second night of the draft. The Bills had an interesting first night of the draft. But before we get into that, I want to give a thank you to our sponsors. Our first sponsors is Elio DiPaolo's. They have the greatest Italian food in Western New York. If you don't believe me, try it for yourself. They're located at 3785 South Park Avenue, Blaisdell, New York, 14219. And also Sons of Erie. They have some great merchandise, Do Champions merchandise as well, just like the hoodie that you see Matt wearing right there, and paintings. And we also have some other stuff that we're working on, and Students and Sons of Erie is working on the way. Their website is www.sonsoferie.com. And also Hamburg Brewing. Make sure to check out their tap room for all your favorite drinks. They are located at 6553 Boston State Road, Hamburg, New York, 14075. And check out their website at www.hamburgbrewing.com. So, and with that being said, fellas, how you guys feeling? You guys excited?
I didn't know we had that many sponsors.
Well, and he forgot the last one, Beauty Pools, so thank you to them as well.
God. Pat, help an intro, buddy.
Yes, awesome job, Pat. Thank you so much, and we do want to welcome everybody into the first edition of the Buffalo Basement Podcast here on the Do Champions Network. Definitely check us out at Do Champions on Twitter, at Do Champions on Facebook, and on YouTube as well. And definitely throw us a like and a follow there. Subscribe on YouTube; it definitely helps the channel out. So definitely. We ended pretty abruptly last night. Let's put it that way.
Yes, we did.
The Bills ended up trading back a couple of times. I'd say probably 95% of Buffalo Bills fans were a little upset with the fact that they traded with Kansas City. A lot of them felt that it's helping them out. I'm actually in the minority. I think it's actually a good deal that they made personally, because you can't basically play scared against all these other teams that kind of works on the field and off as well. You can't really worry about if they're going to be getting better or anything like that. And they were able to pick up a third-round pick, and I think they moved up almost 60 picks for that one, and then another like 20-something in the fourth round. So definitely a good job there by Brandon Beane. The one that I was upset was because, as everybody knows, we've been talking about like Xavier Legette for like 3 months almost, basically since the end of the season, and Carolina came up and traded with Buffalo on that one, with pick 32 to end the draft last night. So, Student, how do you feel about that? You're muted, bud.
You let the guy work from home once. I thought the comments from Brandon Beane were kind of out there, and they were kind of shocking. He did, the standard rigmarole, like, we do this every year. We just follow the big board. And then he was just kind of like, he kind of laid it out there as to why there is no concern why we were trading with Kansas City. For his cagey style, typically during these very chaotic periods, I thought that was a bit out of character. Not necessarily for the detriment of the team, but it kind of just instills that, like, hey, guys, that's why they pay me the big bucks. And I trust that there is a macro outlook that we have yet to consider, whether that be my fear of another trade back or somehow he's stockpiling some equity to get someone we hadn't considered was even available, whether that be a veteran or scooping up somebody that he thinks there's a long-term play with. I mean, we have a lot of long-term plays on the roster. And Epinesa, Spencer Brown, Dodson. We have a ton of long-term plays, and we're all about development. So I think if there's a time to trust the quote-unquote process, let's see it from the fans.
Oh, we can't hear you, Matt.
Who's on mute now?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we do got to kind of trust the process a little bit, because we're not the ones getting paid. We're the ones that are, sitting here, trying to qualify this for, our point of view, but everybody has a different point of view in all of this. And, it comes down to the fact that these guys are paid to evaluate these players, and we can look at all the data we want. We can look at all the film that we want, but we're not NFL minds. We're not the ones that are sitting here saying, this guy's going to be a Hall of Famer, this guy's going to be a superstar, this guy's going to be a bust. We can do that all day long because of the things that we're watching, but we're not the ones seeing the little niches that they have that they're kind of working in and out of.
I mean, yeah, I think you said it. We're dealing with imperfect information, especially considered that we have the first pick. And a point I made last night that I want to address with both of you, and tell me if I'm right or wrong. Spoiler, I'm right. What's the difference between the 32nd first-round pick and the 33rd pick in the second round?
About $3.2 million and no fifth-year option.
Yep, that's about it.
I understand that, but optically, when the board stays just about the same. Brandon Beane is a big fifth-year guy. He's we're in a cash crunch too. But if he believes so strongly in his board, he's willing to forego both of those things that you just listed, and I'm happy you did, because that is kind of like, it's kind of a catch-22 question. That is the massive difference between the shifting of the round. I was watching Greg Tomstad being like, it's okay, it's not okay. Yeah. That's knee jerk. I'm really excited to get our guy A. Will up there and get a little bit more clarity about where this is going.
And something that I want to address is, I know last night I was pretty upset and frustrated that we traded with Kansas City. Now that I slept on it, I realized that it was not a bad trade, because obviously we did not want Xavier Worthy, and we received a third-round pick in the process and given up a fourth. And, we still had our first-round pick, but obviously we did not want Xavier Worthy, so Kansas City would have gotten him anyways. So it really does not matter if we traded with them or not, because they would have gotten him anyways. Well,
maybe. I mean, it's never a 100% certainty, but
right.
He clearly is the player that they wanted, and when it's broken down to it, you had Dallas, Baltimore, and San Francisco in between them. So I don't see any of those guys taking them, but there was still a chance that one of them did, because you never know. San Francisco picked up Ricky Pearsall with 31. So maybe they take Xavier Worthy instead of Pearsall if he's sitting there, because maybe they feel that they can use him in a different way. And
you're right. You are very right. Which, by the way, that was a shocker to me. Ricky Pearsall going in the first round. I thought of Pearsall more as a second round guy, maybe early third round guy. But for him to fall to him for him to go in the first round, that was crazy.
But again, like Student was saying, what's the difference between 31, 32, and the low 30s? They could have traded back themselves and probably picked them up. But when your guy's on the board right there, if you have somebody that's thinking the same way you're thinking, you got to take him at that point.
You're right. I mean, look what Detroit did last year, Matt, with, I believe it was who's that running back? Jameer Gibbs they got, and Jack Campbell.
Yep.
The
Linebacker
Bills-
Jack Campbell. Yep.
Yeah, linebacker. I
The
mean,
Bills
they got
are
their
officially
guy.
on the clock.
Yes, they are. Let's
All
go,
right, they got
Buffalo.
about six minutes.
Do we see a trade here?
We see they will, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see our guy A. Will.
Well, are they going to give it to him at 33, or are they going to let him do it at 60, or both?
I texted him last night. He's 33.
Very nice, very nice. So, what are we thinking the Bills are going to do here? Do we think that they trade down, or do you think we stay and take a Keon Coleman, a Lab McConkey? Who are we thinking we're taking here?
I think if we stay put and we keep the pick, we're going to take a wide receiver, and that's going to be A.D. Mitchell.
I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, I'll get on board, but
Right.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, the guy was very good in college. He ran a 4.31 at the combine, and I don't know. It just I'm still
Who's our last Florida State wide receiver? Is it
Kelvin Benjamin.
Kelvin Benjamin?
Kevin Benjamin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's confidence inspiring.
Well, how do you feel about Troy Franklin? It's a guy that Joe Brady had interest in. He tried recruiting him to LSU out of high school.
I think he's more in play at 60 or right around there. But especially if the Bills were to kind of double dip.
Yep.
I mean, there's something here that we haven't considered. What if we keep the pick? We get Mitchell, and then you have the Texas guy in A. Will and the Texas guy in Mitchell just absolutely just going horns up, baby.
Oh.
Well, we did ask A. Will about A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, and he said he didn't watch a lot of them, but he said he's a freak.
5 minutes left on the clock for Buffalo.
Yeah, let's see what they do.
What do you guys have them doing?
I think that they stay, and I think that they take either Keon Coleman or a A.D. Mitchell.
Can't go. Okay. Or A.D. Mitchell. What about you, student?
I just don't want to see Booger McFarland anymore.
What is he on now? NFL Live or?
He's on ESPN.
ESPN.
Gotcha.
I mean, Buffalo's going to follow their board just like how Detroit did last year. That's what you should do. Don't pay attention to the round. If that's the guy you want, go get him.
Yeah.
I just hope it's not a defensive player.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. They need to take a wide receiver here. I really, I'm
getting out pretty soon.
Terry's standing up.
Jalen Polk.
Yeah. We took someone.
Come on, baby.
We took someone.
Come on with it.
All right. Let's see who we're taking.
Come on, Will. Yeah, you don't put the owner on the phone to trade picks, boys.
Nope.
Yep. So we will not be trading for Deebo Samuel, as we all kind of expected.
We saw that report from Jordan Schultz earlier that it's highly unlikely at this point. So to me that kind of screams that they couldn't come to some sort of a deal as far as compensation goes.
Agreed.
And it's Keon Coleman. The Bills have taken Keon Coleman.
Wow.
Out of Florida State.
We got the wide receiver. What can I say? We got the wide receiver that we all wanted.
6'4", big body, 6'4", 216.
Big body.
But he is, in my mind, he is very, very similar to Gabe Davis. Just a little bit of a better hands. And some people say he's a willing blocker. I didn't see that on any of the film that I watched, other than maybe a couple of games when he was at Michigan State. So, I don't know. I'm happy that they took a wide receiver, but
Man,
I don't know.
It must not have liked McConkey or Troy Franklin. But
like I said, Troy Franklin is probably more at the end of the second. So we'll definitely see what they do. Maybe they can trade up to take somebody else. I mean, could you imagine if they did trade up to take an A.D. Mitchell or somebody like that as well?
Do you think that's a possibility? Because I do. With all the arsenal we have, with all the ammo we have, with all these draft picks.
I mean, I'm still in the mind they're only going to end up using 8 picks.
Right.
And they have 10 right now. So
I mean, Keon Coleman, not great at creating space. Like you said, I kind of fall in line with you, Matt. A willing blocker, sure. Not something that sticks out as one of his penultimate qualities. Gut reaction, Pat.
I'm excited that we got a wide receiver. I personally
What
would
about
have
this
taken.
wide receiver?
I personally probably would have taken 80 Mitchell out of him.
To Matt. Gut reaction.
oh, I'm sorry, I was just watching A-Will.
Yeah. I'm on the stage right now.
There he is.
There he is.
I'm
Now,
not happy about it, but
You're not happy?
not happy about it. But I mean, what are we supposed to do from, Hamburg, New York? I mean, it's tough. It really is tough. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this personally right now.
Let's see if he can live up to Keon Coleman can live up to his word. He did say in his draft combine that Josh Allen has an arm, something like that, and that he needs somebody to go deep and get the ball.
Yeah, go get it for him.
That's Keon Coleman.
I mean, 6'3" and a quarter, 213 pounds. The only, he ran a 4.64 and a 4.61 at the combine, which isn't great, but he did have, the fastest. I think it was like the splits in one of the drills, by a large margin. So, I don't know. Maybe they did see something in him that they want. They did lose their big-bodied receiver in Gabe Davis, so this kind of replaces that. So I don't know. I don't know.
I'm starting to wonder if the Bills see Khalil Shakir in that Stephon Diggs role as the route tech. Technician.
And the Patriots have traded the pick too. Let's see here.
Buffalo
to the Chargers.
To the Chargers.
Chargers may be coming up to take a receiver here.
They're probably gonna take 80 Mitchell.
Because I mean that's like, and that's the thing. We were all talking about weapons and things like that for the Bills. But I watched Harbaugh's interview last night, and one of the things that he was saying last night is, the tip of the spear for NFL teams is your offensive line, and those guys are weapons just like anybody else.
Yep.
Because you gotta have some of those guys that can block. They can go downfield and block for their runners. I mean, they have J.K. Dobbins. They have Gus Edwards now. So it's tough. I mean, we definitely can't wait to see Brady's plan with Keon Coleman now in the mix here. So
yep.
I don't know.
58 catches last year, I believe, is what Keon Coleman had.
Yeah. What do you feel about it, student?
You're muted.
You're muted. There you go.
Was I saying anything of value? I need to rewind and take my own advice. And I'm happy we got a wide receiver. I mean, I think
I'm in the same boat.
We're all kind of like, I guess I was building up for more grandiose play, I guess. I gotta be honest with you. Versus, I would have rather. It has nothing really to do with Keon Coleman. Like I think it would have been more confidence-inspiring to trade back. Maybe more indicative of there was a bigger play that we didn't see, but they got their guy and they picked up some
And the Chargers came up and I don't mean to interrupt you. Chargers came up and grabbed Ladd McConkey out of Georgia.
Now, who would you have preferred, Keon Coleman or Ladd McConkey, Matt? Not the biggest Ladd McConkey fan. You're on record.
I would have preferred McConkey because I think he can create space in short bursts. I think he knows how to. He's a very good route technician. He can set up cornerbacks, DBs in certain ways that he does it in sort of a high intelligence way where he'll run something a certain way and then go back to it later in the game to make it look like he's running that same thing, but then cut it a different way, and he's then wide open. So I would have rather them taken Ladd McConkey, even though I'm not the biggest fan of his, but I think that's where I'm at right now. I am not a big fan of Keon Coleman personally. I see a lot of
Well, let's talk about the good.
Yeah,
high point guy, jump ball guy.
Something Josh Allen's never had in his career.
In that crowded red zone. That's your power forward.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to move and shake like typical 6'4" bodies aren't, generally speaking, humanistically made. So that's positive.
Right.
Yes, it is.
I mean, that's definitely those are definitely positives, and the speed's one of the ones that bothers me. But I mean, we'll definitely see what he can do in open space. I mean, he knows how to play in the cold, being formerly from Michigan State. So, September's a long time away, and there's a lot of time to warm up to it. So, I mean, I don't know. I at this point right now, I'm still hurting a little bit because they did not take Leggett last night, but they did end up getting their big-bodied receiver. We'll definitely see what Keon Coleman can do. I don't know what else to say to it at this point, other than I'm glad we took a receiver.
So weapons for Josh Allen. That's kind of all I care about right now.
See, and that's the biggest thing is Josh Allen needs weapons around him. Trading Stephon Diggs, he lost a weapon. Now they kind of did gain another weapon in Keon Coleman, but let's look at it this way. I mean, you now have what? You have Dawson Knox, you have Dalton Kincaid, both who are what 6'3", 6'4", and can play. Can high point things in the end zone there in the red zone. Now you're going to have three guys that are going to be able to do that. So. Trying to come up with all the positives that we possibly can here. So,
did he run one of the fastest gauntlets?
That's what I was talking about. He had one of the fastest split times in the gauntlet. So, which there and that's the thing. We've talked about it before on here, specifically with other guests. There's a huge difference between actual speed and play speed, and when you break it down to with the 40-yard dash, even when we had Bud Carpenter on, he said that at this point right now that's just made live for TV events. So, how much do you actually trust the 40-yard dash?
Maybe he tainted a little bit.
I mean, the 40-yard dash is kind of like it's a nice metric, but it's not a practical metric. I mean, how many times do you find yourself running 40 yards in a straight line down a gridiron?
Right.
It has practical applications, but in terms of like an all-encompassing functional test for speed, acceleration, and stuff like that, it has its limitations.
Yeah, I mean, and it's more used to see how quick somebody can get off the line. It's not about how quick you're able to get down the field. It's more that quick short burst, and that's why they started looking at 10-yard and 20-yard splits to see, because those are your typical routes in the NFL is 10 to 20 yards, and they needed somebody that's going to be able to run those intermediate routes, which Gabe Davis wasn't that great at in the first place. So. I mean, we'll definitely see because they're gonna continue to see a lot of zone coverage out of these teams because of Josh Allen's arm. So we'll see if he's able to kind of find spots in zone coverage and sit down and make something of himself with his team.
He does have good hands, right? Better hands than Gabe Davis, you would say, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He's a big hand catcher.
Okay, good.
Knows how to hold onto the ball. I mean, those are definitely things that are like there's similarities and then there's differences. Like I said, Gabe Davis was always a willing blocker. He was always, that's why they used him over Stephon Diggs in the running game. So
Right.
that was the big thing, the last 2 years is everybody's like, oh, why are you taking Stephon Diggs off the field on a 3rd and 1 or anything like that? And why is Gabe Davis the only receiver on the field? It's because he's the one who would go out and block. He's the one that would take, the guy out of range. And so now you're going 11 on 1, or I mean 11 on 10. So, I mean, definitely, I don't know.
Were you expecting Johnny Newton to still be available at pick 36?
No, I was
That's
not.
kind of shocking. Cooper DeJean's
Yeah.
another one who's still there.
Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell,
Mitchell.
Andre Rison announcing the pick for the Falcons right now. So it would be kind of fitting for them to take good luck saying this name.
Remember when Lisa Left Eye Lopez burned down his house?
I do.
Don't
I do.
Go chasing. Yo, you know what was even crazier? And interrupt me when they make the pick.
They just made it.
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
Rook Aroro.
Is that an offensive lineman?
I feel like that was culturally insensitive.
No, he's a defensive tackle
Defensive tackle. That was my second guess.
out of Clemson.
Did you guys ever see that the ESPN doc broke?
No.
No.
I would recommend it to anybody listening right now. It goes through the intricacies of financial management and why some of these athletes go broke. And one of the closing scenes is Andre Rison in his stunner shades, and he's talking about his his big grandiose life. He goes, "They ain't ever gonna be me. I ain't ever gonna be broke." And they pan to the next black screen. They go, "Andre Rison declared bankruptcy 8 months later."
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something to laugh about, but it is.
No, it's never something. It's never something you want to see, but especially with one of the better wide receivers that I ever saw play, when I was a kid. But definitely something that's definitely something that makes you think, and I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. And real quickly, I do want to thank the all of our live viewers that we have watching right now. So. Definitely thank you for hopping in with us here at the Do Champions Network on the Buffalo Basement Podcast. Definitely check out sonsoferie.com to pick up one of your Do Champions hoodies from the Do Champions Media Network. And also, I am here live right now at Iliad Apollo's Restaurant, 3785 South Park Avenue, Blaisdell, New York, 14219. So definitely come down, grab a drink, grab some food, grab some student wings, grab a pizza, grab some of the best Italian food here in the Western New York area.
What's the crowd like down there, Matt?
It's pretty good right now. I mean, we got a full bar right now, and then a couple of people at the table next to me here. So, very good crowd here tonight. And people are filtering in as I'm sitting here. So, I don't know if anybody can hear, but it is getting a little bit louder and louder in here. But we're gonna power through that here. So definitely want to thank everybody for sticking with us here. The Bills pick. What are we at right now?
36. Washington's on the clock with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Pick is in. We Bills' next pick is at 60 in this round. So we'll see if they end up making that pick or do make another trade down, or even if Brandon Beane finds somebody that he wants to trade up for.
I will trade up here. Now, Matt and Student, would you guys double dip at wide receiver and take a guy like Troy Franklin? Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
So
Yeah,
that's what I want to do.
If you double dip on the receiver here, I mean, I guess I can forgive Brandon Beane because now you just filled the wide receiver room with somebody that can do the intermediate stuff, somebody that can take the top off the defense. And Pat, real quickly, what was his 40 time? It was what 4.31 or 4.34, something like that.
Troy Franklin?
Yeah.
Yes, I think it was a 4.
No, you're not talking about Keon Coleman.
No, not at all.
4.36.
He ran a
somewhere around.
He ran a 4.61.
And remember, he was sick during the combine too.
Oh, Troy Franklin.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's why he was able to put on 10 pounds of weight very quickly after he got better. So, I don't know. I'm excited for September. I mean, even if these guys aren't what I would do personally, I'm excited to see what they can do on the field for the Bills.
Chris Sims likes to pick for the Buffalo Bills with Keon Coleman. He put at Buffalo Bills just got one of the most freaky specimens in the NFL draft. Keon Coleman has incredible route running ability, and he is dangerous with the ball in his hands. He has the potential to be one of the greatest jump ball receivers currently in the NFL.
And Keenan Allen would have a problem with that. No, but Brandon Beane is on record that he has full plans on Keon Coleman playing the X or the split end. For the lay person, the X is typically it's kind of the alpha, so to speak, the alpha wide receiver. You'd expect your X wide receiver to get the most targets per game. Yeah. Okay. I gotta get out of this funk, man. Come on. What are we doing here?
Let's go. We got our receiver, boys. We got our wide receiver.
Let's go.
We got our wide receiver. We have a chance to take another one.
You feel the funk too, right, Matt?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
You feel the funk? Just a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Would you guys take Jalen Polk at 60?
If he's there, I like Jalen Polk. When Daniel Kelly was on, he comped him to actually pretty funny as Andre Rison.
Sign me up for that.
So I mean, any of those guys out of Washington, even McMillan, would be a great pick. Not in the second round, but even if they were to grab him in like fourth round, somebody like him would be great to have on the Bills. Definitely gotta reshape a couple of these rooms with some of the losses. I mean, like we talked about, we lost Micah Hyde, we lost Jordan Poyer. They did replace them with Mike Edwards and Taylor Rapp. They brought back Taylor Rapp. So I could see them going safety at 60 also, depending on who's still on the board.
Yeah, I think they take safety. That would also be a smart choice. I would take Cam Kitchens, personally.
Yeah, Cam Kitchens is a good one. Kinchins is a good one. Javon Bullard also.
Yep.
Would be a nice pick.
Here's a little bit of I don't know, just a silly conversation. Keon Coleman, number 4. That number's taken. James Cook.
Yep.
What number do you think? Do they give him 14?
I would.
I mean, I could always take the nameplate off my Sammy Watkins jersey.
Now, would you just do the? I love the duct tape. The duct tape with the permanent marker. That is just class.
We got a comment.
Yeah.
Anno compared Keon Coleman to Brandon Marshall, says he loves to pick for us.
Well, I'll tell you what numbers are open right now. You got number 9. You have number 12, which I don't believe they're going to give out anytime soon.
No.
14, 16, 19, and I won't go any farther than that.
Why have they not retired his number yet?
Why not? That's one number that should be retired.
That's a good question. Why isn't Kyle Williams in the Ring of Honor or whatever?
Also very true.
Why isn't Steve Tasker in the Hall of Fame? I mean, all these whys we got here, but
let's talk about that real quick. If special teams is truly a third of the game,
yep,
there's no argument.
Nope.
Put Steve in the
Not at
Hall.
all.
And I was talking to Steve at the golf outing last year. Steve drove me to football practice like every day when I was a freshman. And I was like, "Hey, man, hey, student, how you doing?" I was like, "Are you aware of the Twitter account?" He goes, "Yes." Put Steve Tasker in the Hall of Fame, and I was just like, "That's awesome." So I DM'd the guy, and I was just like, "He knows about you." He goes, "Hell yeah, man, that's cool."
Yeah, I mean, and like you were saying, I mean, you're talking about a third of the game. Maybe not so much anymore, but it used to be a third of the game.
It was.
And
okay, I'll let you go, and then I'll retort.
Okay. This is somebody who ran down on punt return, and made tackles, made hits, forced fumbles on those. He also played wide receiver. And Marv Levy was known for only wanting certain players to stay on special teams, and they gave Steve Tasker a shot at wide receiver, and he ends up catching a few important balls during some of the games.
Isn't that like Julian Edelman?
Yeah.
You draft a quarterback out of Kent Reed, Kent Wright, Kent State, and that famous clip of when Wes Welker and Belichick goes to him, he goes, "You know who Wally Pipp is?" And I'm sure everybody knows who Wally Pipp is. He's the guy who started first base before Lou Gehrig.
Yes, sir.
So now let me retort. If it's not a third of the game, how many losses?
Hang on, hold on. Before you do that, Commanders just took Johnny Newton off the board.
Good pick for them, especially after letting go of who they trade. They traded Chase Young, Montez Sweat. They get to beef up interior defensive line even more.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Jerron Payne and Jonathan Allen. And Newton's a guy who can play edge.
Yep.
So great pick.
So we'll definitely see how their defensive line shapes up this year. But I think he can slot right in and play for them very, very well. All right, student, if you could go ahead and do that retort. You are muted.
You're muted.
Special teams aren't a third of the game. How many losses last year can we point to special teams ineptitude or poor field position? They're a third.
Minimum one.
You say 12?
Patriots. Hold on. Patriots are taking who right now? But real quickly, the one I'm thinking about is the 12th man game. Other than that, I can't think of anyone. But you're not wrong. You're truly not wrong in that statement that a third of the game can't or should not be able to lose you a game.
I mean, I was the guy who was aghast that Smiley was still the head of special teams and remains in that position.
Patriots just took Jalen Polk, wide receiver, Washington.
Wow.
What do you got, Pat?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Who would have thought Jalen Polk would go before A.D. Mitchell?
I do wonder why A.D. Mitchell is falling. I wonder if it's his comments that he would take plays off and only run 3/4 speed.
That could be the reason why.
I mean, let's talk about that for a second. Like
that's some Billy Joe Hobart shit.
How stupid can you be to go out and say those things to a reporter? He's not gonna report that in the paper, on the radio, or whatever on the internet.
Yeah, you would hope that type of apathy and those characteristics those come out in the one-on-one meetings. I mean, those things are. How many people in your life that are categorically bare minimum? You know that within the first 2 minutes of talking to them, right?
True, that is true.
While damning, to put it in your own words and not have it a derivative of a conversation, what a bozo move to put that on paper.
Yeah, that's.
Did he want his draft stock to plummet? Why else would you say that? You could have went in the first round. Not saying this is the reason why he's falling, but I think it's probably the reason why he is falling.
I mean, minimum. I mean, that's the thing. I remember in 2009, whenever we took Aaron Maben, the player that I think everybody wanted at that point was Brian Arakpo, but there was a lot of stuff that came out about him, but he's not the one who said it either. So they said he was, a lazy player on the field. He would take plays off. The competition was too low, so he played down to his competition. But this guy was, I hate the saying, but he first one in, last one out, that type of stuff. He's always in the weight room, all that stuff. It just kind of feels like let the media come up with those things for you. You don't, let the teams figure out who you actually are as a player, not let's just throw it out there that I take plays off and only run 3/4 speed on some of the plays. Like you're going to the NFL now. Like you want to play, you got to play every play 100%.
Agreed.
Because whether you're getting the ball or not, you could be an integral part in that route to. Let's say they're trying to open up a zone underneath, and you're on a go route to push the safety and your corner down the field so that somebody can sit down in that route or in that zone just below that. If you're only running that 3/4 speed, the cornerback and the safety are going to come bite on the other route.
I'm still in shock. The Polk went before Mitchell.
I mean, it's tough because you never want to see any of these kids fall like that.
Right.
That like look at how far DK Metcalf fell. Look how far AJ Brown fell. Look at all these guys were like supposed to be first round talent, and then for whatever reason, because DK Metcalf didn't run a good 3-cone drill, or like stupid stuff like that, where DK Metcalf is now one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Yeah,
I mean, and talk about work ethic or try hard. It bring like the one play a couple years ago had me feeling like Don Beebe vibes, where he chased down. I'm trying to think who it was that he chased
Cardinals
down.
Player?
But, well, yeah, who was the Cardinals player that he chased down?
Don Beebe?
No.
Oh.
He chased down Leon Lett because he's stupidly holding the ball out, but. DK Metcalf chased down a Cardinals player a couple of years ago. After
that was freak. No,
yeah.
up.
That's why I was
That
saying
is a motor that I mean, the drive. I mean, the big thing on film that a lot of people see in linebackers is gear changes. When you think you're out of the play and you can't hit the angle, and then all of a sudden there's a cutback, and if you would have went full speed, you would make that. It's called a gear change. There were no gear changes in that play with DK Metcalf. He was one speed, full speed.
Yeah.
So we're waiting on the Titans pick, but Carolina came up and traded with traded the Rams their 39th pick.
Wow.
So the Rams are now on the clock in lieu of Carolina. So and Tennessee's picking right now. The updates aren't coming out very 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 nice tonight.
Not. They're not.
Last night we were 5 minutes ahead of everything, so it was kind of nice seeing the picks about 5 minutes ahead of everything. But now,
Right.
Also, let's see here.
Warren Moon's calling the pick for the Titans.
They took T'Vondre Sweat out of Texas, the big man.
Wow.
He's a big body, bro.
Yeah,
Big
He is.
body.
Big body.
What 6'6", 366 pounds, something like that. 6'4", 366
Something like
pounds. Didn't run the greatest 40 time, but what big
Wouldn't
man
expect
does.
him to. Wouldn't expect him to. Not with that
I mean,
size.
Harrison ran a 5'3".
Yeah. I mean,
He's gonna
thinking about that, thinking about it that way, T'Vondre Sweat, I think, ran a 4.31. So at 366 pounds. So that kind of is semi freakish if you're putting it that way.
Yeah. Wasn't he supposed to go in the third round? Projected?
I personally had him. I think is at 48 as my 48th ranked player. So I saw him mocked anywhere from about right now that 40th, 36 to all the way up to about 78. So, but we are moving a little quicker here tonight because the rounds did drop down. I think 7 minutes now per pick.
I believe
So I mean they got 2 rounds to get through tonight between the second and third round. Titans War Room seems kind of happy about that. I would be too. You grabbing somebody like that to go in there next to Jeffrey Simmons. I mean that's gonna be a stout defensive line that they have there.
Yeah, that's going to be a heck of a defensive line.
I just fired off a peak student tweet. Well, to be fair, Josh Allen lobbied for Tanner Gentry as well.
He did. That he did. Also, too, just saw this on Twitter real quickly. Keon Coleman has a career drop rate of 4.2%. 5 drops on 184 balls.
The more and more stuff comes out about Keon Coleman, the more and more I like him.
Like I said, I mean, everybody will warm up to the pick at some point too. So we got the Rams. They're taking Braden Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State.
That would have been a guy I would have liked to see Buffalo get at 60 if he were to fall to 60.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a nice pick. I mean, he did definitely start to show out during the combine. But again, it helped him move up into the second round. But I mean, your play on the field, he should have been in the, he could have been in the first round had he played a little bit better on the field too. But the combine is the spot, in the middle of all this process after the season ends to the draft, and where you can either, kind of hurt yourself or help yourself. And that's why you saw players like Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. not run the 40-yard dash. So I know there was a few others in there as well.
Cooper DeJean still available. Who's up next? I could see Green Bay taking Cooper at 40.
Washington's on the clock again. Then Green Bay. Washington has traded the pick
to
hold on to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
Weird in-division trade.
It is. So far, do we think that the second round has gone as expected at this point? I would say so. But I was not expecting Jalen Polk to go this early.
No, he was the one surprise so far.
Yes. It was.
So definitely, let's see what the Eagles are going to do here with their pick.
Something tells me the Eagles might take Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I mean somebody as good as Cooper DeJean, who is like a first round graded player, to still be sitting there is definitely a surprise.
It is. Some people had him going in the first round.
It is official, Pat. The Eagles have taken Cooper DeJean.
Called it.
That's the one. Oh man, they're saying that Braden Fisk looks like Travis Kelce. It's going to be too soon before he's on our TV again, man. That I can't stand seeing him.
We have a comment that says, "Who's that other sneaky good receiver? Last name Washington." That's Malik Washington, right?
Yes, Malik Washington is a very good receiver, 5'8". Very powerful receiver for his size. And that's a friend of the show's Kevin Masseri's guy. So
Yes, it is.
he's been on him since the beginning. He really likes him a lot. So but I could definitely see him, being more of a third round guy. But we'll definitely see. Definitely see where he ends up going. It would give Josh Allen another weapon on the inside there, and little on the short side, but I mean he plays a lot bigger. He plays closer to 6 foot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Malik Washington here.
No,
But I just have to think, if Troy Franklin is within reach for Buffalo, Bean would try to trade up.
I would agree.
Because Bean has said before, he gets antsy.
I mean I definitely wonder who the players are that Bean gets antsy about. Because like last year we knew Dalton Kincaid. He was still sitting there, and he said like starting around like pick 20, he started trying moving up to try and make sure that he got him.
Yep.
So I wonder who the players are that he would give up extra picks to move up for.
Yes, our next pick is 60.
Yeah, but then again, we can lay at least an air of caution, and maybe that was just a soundbite that just got overplayed. Who wouldn't get antsy? We get antsy as fans. Maybe that's just a quip. It's not indicative of a drafting style.
True, and especially if you're sitting there. I mean, it's excuse me. It's definitely like somebody like you want to go up and get you see the guy that you like, and you're like, oh, that's the guy I want. Let me go get him, rather than letting somebody take him out from under you. But at this point right now, I mean, what's it going to cost to move to 60 from 60 all the way up to like 41 right now? And are we using this year's picks, or are we using next year's picks to do that?
I would try to give up. What do we have? Like 2/4 this year?
1/4, 4/5. 2 6 and 2 7s, I think.
Maybe this year's capital. I would have to think. Maybe next year fourth.
I mean, I definitely don't see Brandon Bean trading a third to move up 20 spots. So
no.
Did you guys? I was actually just checking my phone because I got an alert about the Keon Coleman jersey being available now for the Bills. Did you guys see that Marvin Harrison Jr. has yet to sign his NFLPA contract, so they cannot put out jerseys yet for him?
What's he waiting
I think
for?
Shefty tweeted that.
Yes. Yep.
What's he waiting for?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's trying to work a better deal for himself. I don't know. But that kind of goes back to remind me of the hated one here in Buffalo and Bill Belichick, that he never signed his deal for ever. So he never was in a Madden game or anything like that, which is kind of,
it's like Jordan in NBA Jam. That's why you're playing with like Horace Grant
and Scottie Pippen.
Yep.
Bang.
Used to love that game.
Still do.
Eagles are definitely looking at that defense, boosting up that secondary. Cooper DeJean, the corner they took in the first round.
Saints have now traded up with the Packers and are taking cornerback out of Alabama, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Wow. Okay.
Definitely a good pick for the Saints.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's another guy. Some people had him going in the first round.
Yep. Pair him with Marshawn Lattimore. I mean, and then what a better person to learn from. What what a better player to learn from there from Marshawn Lattimore.
Yes, you are right. Marshawn Lattimore, one of the top corners in the league. I would say he's definitely top 10.
Yeah, and then learning under him, and then he can literally just take over for him when he decides to shut it down.
Right. How old is he? 28? Marshawn Lattimore? 28,
I'm not 100%. Yeah, right around there. Let's see here.
Checking Twitter to see if I see anything.
Yep. So what you said originally was actually true. The Packers were going to take Cooper DeJean. This is right from Ari's Twitter.
Second time I've been on the money today.
They wanted Cooper DeJean, and the Eagles jumped them to take Cooper DeJean. So I mean, we'll definitely
needed help in the secondary.
I mean, I had them taking Tyler Newman in one of my mock drafts because I think that just playing in that, in Minnesota and everything like that, it doesn't compare to the, playing on the frozen tundra, but, it definitely is definitely close up there in Minnesota. It definitely gets cold. So
yes, it does.
I kind of figured that's a place that Newman would go. But I mean, Cooper DeJean playing in Iowa, that would have been a great spot for for the Packers to grab him, but the Eagles did end up getting him. So this is the Saints, like we said, Kool-Aid McKinstry. All right, Pat, go ahead and answer the question.
Where do you think we move up to, or do we think we stick at 60? I personally think what are we at now? What pick is it? 41. About 50 is when Bean will probably start making phone calls. I think about 50, and to try to get this guy Troy Franklin.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on to that thought real quickly. So, because you just said it. So there's a start on a cornerback run right now. The Texans just moved up and took Kamari Lassiter. Or I'm sorry,
okay.
they took him with their pick. They didn't trade up. I apologize. So they took him with their pick at 42, which that's what 3 corners now off the board in the last 3 picks.
Yes. Hopefully he keeps going. Hopefully he's going. Let these defensive guys fall.
That's definitely a good thing for the Bills. That a run on cornerbacks is definitely starting. If they want to, double dip, because that'll definitely help them in that way as well. And at 60, I could see them taking like a Troy Franklin if they stay put. But to go ahead and finish answering the question.
Yeah, no, but maybe a guy like Troy Franklin's high on their board. If A.D. Mitchell is there at 50, you would have to think Bean would start making phone calls. I mean, we are in need of a wide receiver too now. We still need one more wide receiver because the way I think about it is we lost Trent Sherfield, Deontay Hardy, Diggs, and Davis. Samuel replaced Hardy. Hollins replaced Sherfield. Keon Coleman replaced Gabe Davis. Not saying the guy would take here in the second round, and if we trade us, going to be wide receiver 1, but we still are in need of a wide receiver. So I would have to think if A.D. Mitchell or Troy Franklin's there at 50, they will start making phone calls.
Yeah, I could. That's kind of where I was thinking. I was thinking anywhere between 48 and like 54 is where I could see them moving up to. I think that he'll end up staying at 60 because I really see that all these guys starting to go right now. You have running backs on the board. You have, I'm trying to think of any defensive tackles left on the board or anything like that. But, I mean, you still have A.D. Mitchell. You still have Roman Wilson. You still have Javon Baker. You still have Troy Franklin. All these guys still on the board as a receiver. Yeah. If Brandon Beane just stays at 60, he's going to be able to have, like, his pick of the litter just like he did in the first round that he didn't do.
For the third time. Actually, for the 4th time because we took Coleman. So,
Yeah.
He had to pick the litter, which he didn't do.
Man, I'm pretty sure we all thought that, guys like Lad McConkey, Xavier Legette, Worthy were going to be high on Bean's board. But they weren't. The guy was Keon Coleman.
Yeah, and as I'm seeing more things come out about him, about people that are much smarter than I am, in the football world, I mean, I may have to go back and watch some actual, some more film on him, but I'm still of the mind that he's a Buffalo Bill now. I'm gonna root for him either way. I'm gonna be mad at him when he does something dumb. I'm gonna be super happy for him when he gets in the end zone and makes a great play.
Same.
So it's kind of pointless to continue talking about how whether we like him or not. He's on the Bills now, and he's got to we got to start being excited for him. And I hope that he does make some plays during his rookie year, because they're gonna need him to do that.
Yes, we do. Who are the Cardinals going to take here? Any predictions?
For the Cardinals, I could actually see them taking a Patrick Paul, offensive tackle out of Houston.
Okay.
Like we talked about last night with the nastiness, he was the next one on the list for me for nastiness.
Okay.
I didn't have him ranked as high as, say, Joe Alt, because he's not as good, but he is definitely a second round ish talent. That I could see them trying to get somebody like that to protect Kyler Murray. What do you think, student? You're on mute again.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to put together a cohesive thought. In talking about the nastiness last night, there's no metric other than finishing plays,
right?
And defending like your own dirt. It's just an ultimate like all for one mentality, but with just hyper aggression. I mean, one of the best nasty college tapes, if you go back and look at it, is Alec Anderson. What he does in that rivalry game versus USC, just burying people. For the sake of burying people, plays 20 yards downfield, and he is just making sure that his opponent is going to have a face mask full of grass. It's the way the game was intended to be played, but it's lost in this new era of football just a touch. So I think that's just it's just a very unique and super telling trait if you're willing to finish plays and act with controlled aggression.
Yeah. No, for sure. And while we have a little bit of a break here real quickly, I do want to, invite everybody to go to sonsoferie.com, pick up one of our Do Champions Media Network merch. We're going to eventually have a Shopify specifically for Do Champions, so definitely watch out for that on our Twitter. So definitely shoot us a follow on there. Definitely subscribe to our YouTube and things like that. And I do want to thank both Dennis and Ilio for opening up their restaurant to us here down at Ilio Apollo's to do these live shows. And like we mentioned last night with the we did announce a place at the table. A place at the table is going to be our post game show. And you'll be able to, hopefully we can grab some of the players as they kind of trickle through, while they still have the eye black on and things like that. So hopefully we can do that, and that'll be with myself, student, and Elliot Apollo himself.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one, man. That's
yeah.
I think that's gonna be not to be corny. That's gonna be a game changer. So I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you have your football knowledge, mine, and then we'll also get another take from Ilio, who, played what, cornerback and or quarterback, and then in college, what position did he play at college?
He played quarterback at Lock Haven University, and then he transferred to Edinburgh University, and he was a Swiss Army knife. He would play wide receiver, quarterback. He would play safety. He was one of the best athletes I've ever was able to to play with. It was great.
Yeah, and I know when we initially did kicked this off with the first live show, we talked to Ilio, and he was saying that talking about his Edinburgh experience there. So definitely going to be a fun show. Definitely big things on the horizon, and I'm excited and I can't wait. But with that being said, let's thank. I do want to thank you, student, for Sons of Erie. Definitely great to partner with you on that. Yes. Hamburg Brewing Company, Beauty Pools, and then also I want to speak to the bocce ball tournament real quickly coming up on June 2nd. That's going to be a lot of fun. I know we're going to be doing a live show from there. Hopefully Pat can join us for that live show. So
hopefully, trying to make that happen.
What do we got going here for the Cardinals?
Hopefully defense.
So the Cardinals took Max Melton, cornerback from Rutgers, and then Las Vegas took Jackson Powers Johnson, center from Oregon.
Well, I'm glad these defensive players and offensive linemen are going.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of definitely when we get to 50, I mean that would be something that definitely if Troy Franklin's high on the board, A.D. Mitchell's high on the board for the Bills, I could see Brandon Beane moving up at that point.
So could I. I think I'm not going to say anything, but I'm pretty sure us three are in agreement who we want next.
Well, who I want to see if we all are all in agreement. What are you thinking, Pat?
Wide receiver from Texas, A.D. Mitchell.
If he's still on the board, yeah. I mean,
that's a no-brainer.
I mean, at this point, you kind of have to if he's still there.
That's the guy who some people had mocked in the first round.
I mean, but it comes down to it. So let me ask you this then, both you guys. So yeah. as far as because you got A.D. Mitchell, you got Roman Wilson, you got Troy Franklin. The two of those guys are kind of burners between your 4-3-4 and 4-3-1. Running with A.D. Mitchell and Troy Franklin respectively. Is there that much of a difference between that .03 speed? Or would you rather take a Troy Franklin who is a burner down the field? Or would you rather take an A.D. Mitchell who, is able to go up and get the ball?
I feel like, we have the deep threat in Keon Coleman. Me personally, I'll probably go with Troy Franklin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as Troy Franklin goes, because like he has that ability to take your 5-yard slant and take it to the house.
Agreed. I think his draft stock's fallen because he was sick during the combine. Maybe that worked right in favor for Brandon Beane. Who's on the clock now? Is that Green Bay? Yes, it is.
It's Green Bay, and I think that they may end up taking a safety here. But we'll definitely see.
They need to.
I was wrong, actually. Green Bay has now taken Texas A&M Edrin Cooper.
When I heard you say Texas
A&M linebacker.
I don't know a ton about him.
Yeah, me either.
I did not do a lot of watching of linebackers, so I'm not too keen up on them. But I do know he was one of the this is about the time that he would have went. This is a good spot for him.
You know, slower information delivery today, huh?
Yes.
I feel like we were a little ahead of the curve yesterday with picks coming in and stuff like that, and definitely being disseminated a little bit differently today.
I'm finding nothing on Twitter at all. I'm finding out watching it from the live feed that I am. No, I guess I.
Darren Orlovsky just singing our high praise with that draft pick.
Yes, he loves that pick for us. Did you guys see Keon Coleman's reaction being drafted by Buffalo?
No.
He
I have
looked
not
pretty
seen
excited.
it yet.
He looked pretty excited, as he should. I mean, you're coming to a Super Bowl contending team, top 2 quarterback in the NFL. As of right now, a chance to be the wide receiver 1 here in Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely something that that I would yeah. If I was a wide receiver, I'd want to be coming to Buffalo myself too. There's probably two really happy. There's probably 2 really happy guys right now. In Xavier Worthy and Keon Coleman. One went 28, one went 33. You get to play with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL between Mahomes and
Josh Allen.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just getting chairs stolen here from me, but that's okay.
What? So what number we think about Keon Coleman? What number is he going to wear?
Colts have traded the pick. Hold on. Colts have traded their pick to Carolina.
Wow. Carolina's trading up. They wouldn't take a wide receiver here, would they?
And they're taking a running back, Jonathan Brooks, out of Texas.
Okay. I'm blanking on his name right now. The running back from Wisconsin. Is that Braylon Allen?
Wisconsin, yes, Braylon Allen. Yep. Yeah, I personally have him as my 5th best running back in the draft. So,
I've ever hated a guy from Wisconsin.
No, I mean,
going back to like Jim Leonard.
He's like that perfect style running back that the Bills need at this point as a running back too. If they could pick him up in like the 4th or 5th round, that would be like perfect. But who knows if he's actually sitting there at that point. But there was one thing I did see today, kind of scrolling through Twitter. I don't remember who put it out there, but they were saying that talking to a bunch of the teams that basically they're bored with the 40 between 40 and 50 players. We're very similar. Anything after that, it was like a crapshoot saying that some teams had 6th-round talent in the 2nd round. So I mean, we're definitely going to may see some weird picks here. Man, Muhammad's looking old there.
I miss my boy Tom Telesco on TV.
All right. Who do we got on the clock now? We got the Giants back on the clock here.
Yes.
Do we
Buffalo?
Do we expect to see? Here's a question for you.
Okay.
Do we expect to see them take a quarterback in the next couple of rounds?
Who's still there for quarterback?
So the one of the players that I think that might fit well with Brian Daboll is Spencer Rattler. Out of South Carolina.
Yes.
He has a little bit of that, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes in him, where I wouldn't say anywhere like close to, I know I make fun of Daniel Jones and call him Josh Allen, Wish.com version of Josh Allen, but
he's an interesting looking human.
I don't know if it was true or not today, but I did see on Twitter that him and Malik Neighbors met, and it was so awkward that the social media team didn't want to put it out. I don't know how true that actually is, so I just thought it was funny when I saw that. And I do want to welcome any new guests because I've seen a few new viewers come in. We definitely want to thank all 101 of you guys that are joining us tonight. Definitely want to thank all almost 400 of everybody that joined us last night. If we have anybody that joined us last night that's here today, so definitely want to thank everybody for hopping in with us here. So
we do have a comment from the friend of the show, Kevin Messeri. Bullard and Newbin off the board.
Oh, let's see here.
Did the Giants and Jacksonville go safety? Go safety?
Yep, the Giants are taking Newbin.
Then Bullard went to Jacksonville. Man, I refreshed my feed and I got a notification from Ari that said the Bills are back on the clock, but it was from an hour ago.
Pat got trolled by Ari. That's funny.
Yes, I did.
Currently have 3 Texas Longhorns that have already been drafted, going up to pick 47. It's kind of impressive.
Say that again?
3 Texas Longhorns have already been drafted. Byron Murphy, Xavier Worthy, and Rodner Sweat. It's impressive for a program that's you never know if they're rebuilding or kind of the state of what's going on. You thought by them signing Manning, they'd kind of be like on the rise a little bit faster. And when he didn't see the field this year, that was a little concerning.
Pat needs to go back to school.
Yeah, I was not looking. Javon Bullard is still available. Newbin is off the board. Bullard is still available.
So, I know we talked about this a few times, but I mean, this is kind of like the spot that I personally could see, the Bills hopping up and trying, if one of these guys is high enough on their board, like a Bullard, like a whether it's whether they do the double dip at receiver or whatever that they end up doing. So I mean, what are you thinking?
Did Mason Smith just get drafted at 48?
Who?
Mason Smith.
Let me see.
If so, wow.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, that's one of the weird ones that we were talking about.
Yes, it is. And to all the Bills fans, just very quickly, that want to order a Keon Coleman jersey, I would wait on that because we do not know what number he's wearing.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'm bringing it up. Do I start falling in love with A.D. Mitchell?
I don't know, because, it's really going to depend.
Am I just categorically lining myself up like I do every time?
I want A.D. Mitchell.
It's definitely a good thing, or good thing to talk about, because like we said, A.D. Mitchell is still on the board. He's taken a slight fall throughout this draft so far. I mean, some people had him as high as I think 20. I think was the highest I've seen him.
Yeah, I think he hovered around positionally probably around a 5 or he's probably 5th or 6th best wide receiver, but that blazing 4.34.
Yeah.
That's hard to ignore because he's not going to face too many players that are going to match him on his top end speed.
Right. Right here, I want Brandon Bean to get a little antsy. Take A.D. Mitchell.
All right, so they're starting to catch up here. So but Mason Smith did go to did go to Jacksonville. And then at 49, Chris Jenkins went to the Bengals at 49.
Defensive tackle, correct?
Massive delay, huh?
Yeah. Studio, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I think Matt's back.
Pat, you still there with me?
Yes, I am.
All right, perfect. No, I just was having a little bit of internet issues there, so I'm glad to have you guys right back with me. So, what were you saying now about A.D. Mitchell?
Yeah, no. I want Beaton to get antsy and take him.
That's kind of where I'm sitting right now because you want to, like, I get it. You know, Javon Bullard's going to be probably sitting there depending on, you know. So do you look at safety and view that higher than a second receiver in this draft, or do you do the true double dip and take two receivers back to back?
Me personally, I'm doing the true double dip and taking wide receivers back to back because we did sign Taylor Rapp to a 3-year deal. And Mike Edwards, yes, he is on a 1-year deal, I believe.
He is.
I just, I see both of them starting being our free safety and Mike Edwards and our strong safety being Taylor Rapp.
See, and that's the thing. Like,
we need another starter for the wide receivers.
I'm a bigger fan of somebody like a Malik Mustafa in like the 4th round. So, I mean, I don't know if you have to take somebody like a Javon Bullard right here, but definitely would be a good pick for them if he's there at 60, or maybe they move up and take him. This year's been a weird one for trying to figure out what Brandon Beane wants to do.
This just shows that nobody knows what Brandon Beane wants to do.
And again, I mean, first pick, he stuck to the top 30 picks or top 30 visits. So, I mean, that's definitely something that that we said here on this show. And I know a bunch of people who else have said it out there and talked about it, is those 30 visits are something that are big things, and for at least the Bills.
Yes. Anybody knows who Washington has taken yet?
No. We have the official word from Ari on the Bengals getting Chris Jenkins, though, defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Defensive tackle. Nothing yet on Washington.
Yeah, no, Bengals are on, the pick is in. They're announcing it right now.
Yep. Trying to catch up. Man, but isn't it crazy? I just want to touch on this very quick as we wait for the Washington pick. The Buffalo Bills, at one point, people are saying, they're getting old. That window's going to start closing. Now we're one of the younger teams in the NFL. How many guys do we have over 30? Von Miller. I believe Deion Dawkins is going to be, I think he is 30 today.
Okay.
We don't have many guys over 30. Sam Martin's over 30. But he's the punter.
Yeah.
So I like what Brandon Beane did. We got younger this offseason.
I think we're going to have Kevin Masseri joining us.
Let's go.
For that one, I'll drop out a little bit and then let you guys do it, and then I'll pop back in if anybody else wants to pop out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you guys want to take over for a second, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah.
Kevin, no time like the present.
Student, how do you feel about the Bills getting younger this offseason?
I mean, it's one of the most important navigational things about that window we talk about.
Right.
In order for that window to stay open, there has to be development. There has to be a sense of replenishing. There has to be a consistent adherence to what we're trying to build, locker room culture. And players get older. I mean, Kyle Williams left, right? And there's that step up from Hyde, from Poyer, right? So while you get younger, that mid, kind of transitional age, young enough to make mistakes, but old enough to know better. I think that is one of the more integral parts than just getting younger. What do you think?
No, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Now, speaking on that, the leadership that we lost, I wonder who is going to be the next locker room guy. Who's going to be the leader in the locker room? Is it going to be Josh Allen, Matt Milano, maybe?
I mean, you have to assume it's Milano, Diegert, Josh. And I'd like to see Spencer Brown take. So you have both, and also Matakevich. Man, he's been a captain for what?
Is he still here? I thought he was a free agent.
Matakevich, I think we retained Matakevich. He was just.
Let me see.
Yeah, we just re-signed him, I think, in the offseason. No, he's a free agent. I took that back.
Yes, I think of guys like Milano, Dion, like you said, Spencer Brown would be nice to see.
You almost sometimes forget that we have Milano.
So do I. He's such a quiet guy, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But just in the fact that we didn't see much of him last
year. We got
robbed
of that last year. Not seeing those two together, Terrell Bernard and
Milano. They talk about the Chiefs doing more with less, and that's true in terms of some of their you lose Tyreek Hill and you have guys at all facets and positions like Pacheco step up, Kelsey's Kelsey,
right.
But in our scheme, we had to have guys play out of position, step up, just out of pure necessity,
right.
Sometimes you get players that you think, wow, that's not his natural position. You get a guy that plays a really mean stand-up defensive end, and all of a sudden you see him at outside linebacker.
Right.
It's not necessarily we want to play him out of position. It's just he's better than the next man up, or your ulterior game day lineup. So when fans get frustrated about seeing players not in their natural position, I think what makes a lot of players good is the ability to play multiple positions at a high level and be okay with not playing at the natural position of which would yield the most sacks, tackles, fluency. So it's an interesting thing. There's a lot of different nuances in how you want to play it. You're not going to ask a practice squad guy to play middle linebacker if you have your outside linebacker who's simply more competent. Just because the depth chart reads him as number 2, doesn't necessarily mean he is the number 2.
Right. No, yeah, I agree, and that leads to that Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott love versatility, and I think that leads to that as well. That we have guys that are very versatile and can play multiple positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game. And fortunately, last year with the offensive line, we didn't have much of that. There was continuity and no one really getting hurt. And that's rare. I think they're the number 3 rated offensive line last year. How someone's going to grade us out at 21? I think I saw. It was a little nutty.
We have a great offensive line.
I think Masari brought that up. By the way, are we going to see Kevin?
I don't know.
Did he head fake me?
No, he wouldn't do that. The Steelers pick is in. We are waiting to see who they select. The Bengals took Chris Jenkins. The Steelers are taking West Virginia Garden Center Zach Frazier at 51.
Oh my wow! All right, this is a special one to me. Very dear friend of mine, a guy who is a rabid defender of the applications of data, as well as seeing the game from a larger prism than most people want to hear about. We're going to bring up to the stage Kevin Masseri from Built in Buffalo.
What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
What's up, friends? How are we today? Yeah,
Good,
little.
good.
Wow. Appreciate the compliments.
I didn't mean little on screen. I mean, man, you've lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Gotta shave. Gotta get it cut down. Fresh dew. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
I mean, you really look great. Kev, you are
What's up?
you are kind of a guy that's like hold your horses. There's more things behind the scenes, and the curtain doesn't always reveal itself. Keon Coleman, you love it.
I do. I mean, look, he was one of my original prospects that I was interested in. The 40 time hit me a little harder than I wanted to get hit, but I went back and watched some of his advanced analytics and some of his statistics. He plays a lot faster than he is. The slant and the drag routes are they're just special. He runs a special drag route. Josh Allen has said to really be wanting that kind of offense right now. The 20.36 mile per hour in the gauntlet, best in the league in over the last 3 years. They're going to be able to utilize that on a drag route.
Now, when people, I think you're kind of at times you kind of let a lot of the draft naysayers about analytics and stuff like that kind of roll off your back. But is it a little bit frustrating? The kind of tired adage that if you lean into analytics as kind of an enhancement of how you evaluate the game, is it a little tired at this point for this fan base to keep leaning on you don't know ball?
I think the problem is they don't watch someone who says you don't know ball. I'm not sure they watch film though. So like, I'm not sure what the counter argument to somebody that doesn't know ball is. It's I watch film. My eye test is better than your analytics or than your breakdowns in general. So I think it is tired. I mean, look, the Bills found a lot of athletic traits that they liked out of Coleman. His separation's really good. A lot of people, I don't know where people come up with these false narratives like he can't separate. He has one of the best 10-yard splits in the draft. So yes, his long 40 speed struggled. I mean, there was definitely some hiccups there. But other than that, he's athletically gifted in every other fashion. So I think that's the number one thing that people forget when they're making up preconceived notions about Keon Coleman. But I truly believe that if the Bills stayed put at 28, they're taking him as the next receiver. And early on, he was above BTJ for most of the draft process, probably till around late February.
Now, do you think he suffered from underutilization at Florida State?
Yeah, he did. I mean, his quarterback went down like late in the season. He transferred. The team he was on was
originally a Michigan
bad.
State guy, right?
Yeah, Michigan State. Yes, gross misutilization. Guy went up and won 50-50 balls. He was just getting everything tossed off to him. He had the most 50-50 attempts in the college football last year. So that's something that's fairly cool. And only a 4% drop rate. Only dropped 5 passes in college.
A.D. Mitchell just went to the Colts.
And that's a show. And that's a show, guys. And to lean into that, Kev, where are we at now with doubling up with wide receivers now that A.D. Mitchell is off the board? Do you still believe that is an achievable thing with Troy still out there? What do you think?
I think their favorite 2 receiver. I don't think A.D. Mitchell is even on their board. If I can make a prediction, yeah, they just no work with them. I don't ever trust that they're going to take someone they did no work with. Keon Coleman came in for a visit. They did plenty of work on him. So realistically, the next guys are Franklin, Roman, Wilson.
Welcome back, Matt.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Starting having some technical issues down here at Ilios with the internet. So, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Nothing
man?
much. AD Mitchell just went to the Colts.
I did see that. What do you think of his fall, Kevin? Why do you think he fell so much?
I think there's some definite questions about his work ethic, his route running ability, putting it all together in general. Definitely been some inconsistencies in his game. So I think that contributes to his fall. And I really don't think he was ever in the top 10 receivers, honestly. I mean, he was a late riser, and the league proved it. So we'll see if Indy proves themselves right, or if the rest of the league proves himself right.
Yeah, and what do you? I really wanted to get your take on it because we've talked Ricky Persil. Why do you think he jumped up into the first? Because I had him personally. I had him a late second, and then with his combine and everything like that, he moved up into the 40-ish range for me personally. But I never saw San Francisco taking him at 31.
They want a specific slot receiver. I'm assuming they're probably thinking in case they do want to have boundary receivers staying on their team in Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, who does everything. Obviously, he lines up in the backfield too. So I think the theory there is to expose some nickel corners in this league. And also he's just got that quick footwork. He really does do everything well. I thought he'd be a late second round pick, but being a late first round pick, he jumped a whole round from me. But I think the Bills are very, very interested still in Troy Franklin and Roman Wilson. And number 3 is probably he's not everybody's favorite player, but the Bills did a ton of work with Devontae Walker.
What can you tell us about Devontae Walker?
He gets a lot of, I guess, flack, if that's the word you want to use. I'm not really sure. But he's got the game-changing receiver. He reminds me actually of Rashee Rice, where he was getting some hate before he went to Kansas City last year. I don't think he was everybody's favorite player. And Tez Walker, he went to Kent State, so he started with that MAC background. And he was just really good against Power 5 teams. And he's super explosive, but 6'2", 200 pounds. His reliability of a pass catcher and a vertical threat. People were worried about Keon Coleman being a vertical threat. Tez Walker can absolutely kind of fill that role.
Yeah, the other player I wanted to ask you about personally, because I know one of our commenters asked about him earlier, is Malik Washington out of Virginia. Can you tell us a little bit about him?
One of the best players I've seen in this class, 5'8", 210 pounds, runs people over, is explosive out of the slot. Very similar to me as Tank Dell last year. Definitely a player not at the elite speed Tank has, but he's a better route runner than Tank. So there's some giving Tank there. But I think he comes into an offense. If he goes to a good team, he's going to be good in this league. If he goes to a team that's struggling without a quarterback, I'm not sure how they'll utilize him, but he's going to be every bit as much as your Zay Flowers and your, kind of comped to me as somebody that's pretty talented out of the Colts. And he was a guy that the Bills really liked in Josh Downs last year. So that's something to remember.
Yeah. So let me ask you this about Tank Dell specifically. I mean, were you shocked he had as good of a year as he did last year, especially going into a situation with an unknown in C.J. Stroud?
Yes, I am a little bit shocked that he was such a good. And if he said he stayed, didn't break that in that terrible run play, he would have been pivotal down the stretch. But it wasn't totally shocking. He went to a team like I'm expecting Malik Washington to, that ended up having a quarterback. So that's absolutely every bit as much as important as I'm hoping for.
So as far, where do you see somebody like Malik Washington going? Do you see him in the third? Do you see him in the fourth? Do you see him late second to the Bills? Something like that?
I think as you see these picks flying off the board, depends here if that starts a run after A.D. Mitchell or not. I think I'm in the third right now. But if a run starts, he's definitely got a chance to creep up. But maybe early third to late third. So that's really where his range is right now.
That was supposed to be the goal. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that, Kevin.
Yeah, you're good.
So where was I? So who do you think has had the best draft so far? I know we're only into the second round, but of my mind, I think it's the Vikings because of what they did. They ended up trading with the Texans to come up into the 23rd pick a couple weeks ago or a month ago now, and then traded up last night to get Dallas Turner from 23 to 17, something like that. And then so they had they ended up getting J.J. McCarthy. They ended up getting Dallas Turner. And I don't think they've picked yet tonight because they gave that second pick to.
They don't have any picks next year either. They literally have
Yeah.
a first and fifth. They literally traded away their entire draft. So got to take that. That's why I'll lower their score with no 2, 3, or 4 next year. I mean, that's half baked. You used half your draft next year or more.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit of what Brandon Beane did to kind of go get Josh Allen, but he was smart about it and he used players and picks from that year rather than using future stuff to kind of move up into that spot. But were you surprised that McCarthy went, I don't want to say as late as he did, but especially with everything coming out about him, that he was going to go in the top 6, basically?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, but I think that that's a fair range for him. So I think they got him about where the range was for me. I really point to the Raiders draft as something that's semi-decent. I mean, they got Brock Bowers and then Jackson Powers-Johnson. I mean, you can't complain about 2 basically 10-year players potentially. So I don't care who their team is. Yes, they have some work to do in general on the roster. But those are 2 pretty good gets, 2 day 1 starters for a pretty bad offense, but a boost to Gardner Minshew apparently.
Yeah, definitely. Glad to see that they're putting guys there that can in Mayer and they had Devontae Adams, and now that they get Brock Bowers to kind of help that offense a little bit. I think that could only help Devontae Adams. Kind of return to the form that he was in Green Bay. I don't think he'll ever get back to that form because he had one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game with him in Green Bay. But what would be what has been the most shocking thing to you so far in the draft?
I don't think anything specifically has jumped out and alerted me as like a wow, that was wild. But I mean, obviously everybody's going to say Atlanta. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what that franchise is doing right now with Penix. And I mean, I like Aurora Horror, but I mean,
and that's one of the worst names to try and pronounce. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was a reach. So
where did you expect him to go then?
I don't like that early third. So I liked a couple of their defensive tackles over their selection there for sure.
Were you surprised Johnny Newton fell as far as he did?
Yes. Him being one of them. So I was fairly surprised at his fall, but that injury's got to be scaring people. That's all I can think of. That they had to have taken that into effect when they're doing their draft boards.
So we know Washington's pick here. They took Ben Sinnott out of the tight end out of Kansas State.
Nice, good for them.
I mean, they're not having too bad of a draft themselves either. They have
a lot of picks though, right? They feel like they're always picking here.
Let's see. So they took Jaden Daniels, obviously, with their first round. And they've had 3 picks in the second round so far. They took Newton, Sanistril, and now Sinnott. So with us being 6 picks away, I know you said you wanted Bullard, right?
Yeah. Bullard's about the train I'm on right now, especially with Newman gone. It's possible they like Hicks more. Cam Kitchens, possibly they like him more. But yeah, I think you can attack safety pretty powerfully here. That's unfortunately probably where I'm looking. Christian Haynes and Cooper Beebe are 2 interior offensive linemen they could go with. But the double dip is still live with Franklin and Wilson. They like Malachi Corley or Tez Walker. There's still very much a real 4 of a double dip potential here.
Yeah. So which do you see them doing? Do you see them addressing the safety room now in the second, or do you think that they wait till now their newly acquired 3rd round pick from last night?
I think they could go either way. They could wait till tonight with and say they have an extra pick for receiver and go with Malik Washington or Jalen McMillan or Jamari Thrash, Johnny Wilson if they want to double dip there, Javon Baker if he's still there. They could do something like that. I think they'll probably prefer to take their top safety rather than if a couple of them go off their board, there's really probably no one that jumps off to them, especially as you lose Bullard and Hicks and Bullock. It gets thin quicker there, but there's some talent. It just depends what they feel is going to happen over the next 30 picks.
And I'm not expecting you to know it off the top of your head, but as far as Bullard, we know they had a 30 visit with him, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier before you hopped on. Was there any other safeties that they had a 30 visit with?
Not to my not that league. No, they did not.
Okay. And we were talking about it last night. We knew of only 23 of the 30, but they did do a full 30. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's true. I think you'll see more leak as the weekend goes on too.
Browns took the Browns took Ohio State defensive tackle Michael Hall out of Ohio State. Not a bad pick for them, I don't think.
Yeah, that puts a wrap on the defensive tackles to me, though.
Yeah, yeah. That's definitely. I was hoping he would fall a little bit further, but it seems like there started to be a run on defensive tackles and just didn't stop. So, what's going on with you? While we have some time in here, what's going on with you with your show with Going Deep Buffalo?
Yeah, you can still obviously always Wednesdays at 7. We do having guests and breaking down some stuff. I'll be live all day tomorrow for day 3. It's been my day for years and years now. We've ran a full day 3, which is always fun. Last year we had very limited picks, with just basically shorter and a couple sevens. This year it looks like they have a gamut of picks for us to entertain and have some fun with. We're now down to 7. We at one point had 9. But it's still going to be a lot of players to talk about all day. So we're looking forward to that over there on our show with me and myself and Kevin.
Yeah, you're going to have a fun 5th round. They have 4 picks in the 5th round. So.
Yep. Yeah. At least we're going to have a good time in the 4th and 5th round. That's for sure.
That's definitely the time that, Brandon Beane needs to when he does it, works his magic, right? You have players like Benford. You have players like, sorry, it's been a long day. Nothing is coming to the top of my mind right now. Who else have they taken that?
In day 3 specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends how far back you want to go. Obviously, you start off with Milano and Taron Johnson. You can forget I got Gabe Davis then coming up. It just depends how far back you want to go with those Khalil Shakir. You have Khalil Shakir and Christian Benford in the same draft. They did very well in 2022, securing those players with James Cook. They had a very good draft in 2022. And if Elam becomes anything, it really was a pretty decent draft for the Bills.
Now, let me ask you this. Is there a correlation with Brandon Beane, starting to get better in those later rounds and them starting to use more analytics, RAS type stuff?
They have shown the evidence to do that when they're trying to select their players. So that's fairly cool that they've adapted, considering that at one point they didn't utilize it heavily. One of their only misses lately was Luke Tenuta, and he had like a 2 RAS. But yeah, it's been cool to see them and what they've been doing there, utilizing analytics to make their selection.
Now, I know we're getting close here with 60. They're at 55 right now. Dolphins are picking. Do you expect Brandon Beane to stay put, or do you expect him to give up maybe another pick to move up a couple spots to secure who he wants?
No, I think at this point he's going to stay put. He's going to want to keep those picks. If anything, he's shown the precedent to trade back when he's at that late. He did it twice with James Cook before he took James Cook. You can't leave out running back here. That's the number one. We haven't talked about it at all. At least since I've been on. So I think running back is the last remaining position now where you can legitimately say Blake Corum, Jalen Wright, Trey Benson, most notably those 3, are well within range to where they could feel comfortable here.
And Trey Benson is somebody the Bills did bring in on a 30 visit, so that would kind of go right along with what Brandon Beane has done. Patrick Paul is now off the board. That's a great pick for Miami. as much as I'm not a fan of Miami, that's definitely a good pick for them. We were talking about it. Student and I were talking about last night with Joe Alt with the nastiness factor, like with him finishing plays and things like that. And I actually think Patrick Paul is right up there in that side of things, being nasty and finishing plays. So how do you feel like he was? Like, how do you think that do you think that's a good pick for them?
Yeah, I mean, he's a little stiff. He's slow off his breaks, doesn't anchor very well. Definitely has some of that high end potential that you're looking for. But Miami definitely needed some help in that specific spot. But he needs to be more fundamentally sound with his hands and feet. Definitely somebody that if he does that, he's going to be a very reliable tackle. If he doesn't, I don't know if that he has long in this, but he's got those heavy feet that do worry me a little bit. I was actually worried the Bills might take him for a Spencer Brown replacement. So I'll be honest, I'm a little happy he's off the board.
Do you think he starts right away?
No, I don't think he's got the skill set to start right away.
Okay.
It's possible Miami always has injury issues. And, Austin Jackson, I believe they'd probably still start in Terran Armstead, but we'll see. He could take over there quickly.
Well, and the only reason I asked that is because, I mean, you just look around the division even, and you were talking about him trying to, improve on the stiffness and things like that, and, kind of his footwork and those type of things. I mean, let's talk about defenses around the division even in the AFC East. I mean, you have players like, hopefully Von Miller gets back to his form. You got AJ Epinesa, who the Bills brought back. You got Ed Oliver that can kind of swap out, and on any of the stunts that they run. Specifically with the Bills, you got Greg Rousseau. In the Jets, they just traded for Hassan Reddick, who's going to be coming off the edge up there. With New England, you got Matthew Judon. That's got to be a tough thing to, kind of improve when you have to go against some of those guys that I just mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think as you got, Dallas on the clock here, so we're going to get to see what they do here. But the division definitely, I mean, every year at this time, it feels like it improves and then it fires up and, they can never accomplish their goal. So I think we'll see what the Jets look like. Obviously, they improved a lot, but still not overly worried about the Patriots and Dolphins.
I'm not even worried about the Jets because I truly think Aaron Rodgers needs to prove that he's able to stay healthy now at his age.
Yep. That's true. I think he does too. But Matt, I got to take off. I got to get ready for Bill's second pick. I just wanted to hop on here, try to give 30 minutes if I could, but looking forward to everything you guys are doing over there, and pretty cool to see you guys still live streaming. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, Kevin. Definitely check him out. Check him out on Going Deep Buffalo every Wednesday at 7. So definitely check him out with Built in Buffalo there. So it looks like it's just me for a little bit here. So any questions in the chat? I mean, I'm going to go over a couple things. We're going to announce some picks here. We'll definitely see what we got going on. Looks like best available still here is Rekestra, Nealand, Sumataya, Peyton Wilson, and then Roman Wilson as well. So we got about 10 minutes left until the Bills pick. 17, yeah, about 10 minutes till the Bills pick. So this is something that we can sit here and definitely talk about. So very excited to see this second pick, see if the Bills double dip, see if they do the go safety rather than receiver here, or even running back. Like Kevin was just saying, I mean, we did have Trey Benson in on that 30 pick. I mean, he's somebody out of Florida State as well. So I mean, we'll definitely see what they do. But Dallas's pick is in. Let's see what they did here. Let's see if we can pull this up. Yeah. Because I had just asked Kevin this as well, and he I do see them at this point staying where they are at 60 and picking at 60. You don't want to give up extra draft picks that you don't have, extra draft capital that you don't have to give up. For a player that's most likely going to be there. And I'm sure that Brandon Beane has 2 or 3 guys on his board at 60 that, if somebody does go in the next 4 picks, then we'll definitely see what happens with that. All right, and real quickly, Dallas is making their selection, so we'll let them make their selection here real quickly, and then we'll start talking about what Tampa Bay might do, and then I think Green Bay's at 58. Looks like Dallas is taking Western Michigan defensive end Marshawn Nealon. He is somebody that we definitely saw all across at the Bills. He was being mocked to the Bills, throughout this draft process. Definitely very good defensive end. Very good hands, very quick off the ball. He's somebody that I would have liked to see the Bills take if they needed a defensive end. And I would have liked to see them take him if the Bills did not trade Stephon Diggs originally, but they did that, and they need to fill that wide receiver room. So I'm of the mind that they should double dip here, but we'll definitely see what they do here in 3 picks.
Telling you about her book.
And real quickly, I do want to thank our, all of our sponsors, especially Iliad Apollo's restaurant here, 3785 South Park Avenue, Blaisdell, New York, 14219. And real quickly, these are what we were talking about last night with their wings. These are the student wings. Definitely stop down and try those. They are really, really good. Some of the best wings I've had in Buffalo, so definitely stop down and try those. And again, Sons of Erie, thank you to them. Hamburg Brewing and Beauty Pools, and then definitely Soleil as well. We'll be doing the bocce ball from there, the podcast for the bocce ball tournament there, and hopefully some other things throughout the summer. So definitely look out for any of that stuff going on during the summer. All right, so if anybody watching wants to ask any questions in the comments, please do. In the meantime, we have 3 picks until the Bills pick at 60. So let's see what we have here. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected out of Alabama defensive end Chris Braswell with their second round pick at 57. And then I personally do want them to double dip. I think that they have a good opportunity to take somebody like a Troy Franklin here, who is that true speed guy that will help them open up things for Josh Allen, down the field, because you got the guy that's going to run your intermediate routes. In Keon Coleman with the 33rd pick. Definitely could see them taking Troy Franklin. I know that it's been reported that Joe Brady had tried to recruit him when he was with LSU, so that he's got that connection with him there already. So I could definitely see something like that happen with that double dip. But I also could see somebody like a Roman Wilson out of Michigan as well. So we'll definitely see which way the Bills go here. But again, they did have a safety in that's still on the board, so we'll definitely see who they take. And welcome back to student.
Hello.
I was just having some fun talking here by myself.
Oh, it sounded
no. The Buccaneers just took a defensive end. We got 2 picks until the Bills are on the clock. What do you think that they do at this point? Do you think that they double dip? Do you think that they go safety? Do you think that they take a running back, specifically Trey Benson out of FSU?
You know, how much synergy do you think there is in drafting teammates? It's not a question that's asked a lot.
No, and it's
something to think about, if nothing else.
If you're talking like running back and quarterback or running back and receiver, sure, I think that there would be a good synergy there because they've played together, and they know each other. But if you're talking like a running back and a wide receiver, maybe not so much. I don't know.
Well, here's actually a completely different way to look at it. They're naturally, with this pick in Keon Coleman, going to be more immersed in one of his teammates, just by nature of watching so much Keon film. And, how many times have you watched, player tape, and the more and more you watch, the more and more you like them. So I just thought, completely, kind of paradigm shift, they got to be familiar with that cat, right? Because they put so much faith in drafting Keon where they draft him. So, the natural humanistic thing, at least the way I look at things, is the more and more I see things, typically I generate just a little bit bigger of a love affair with more immersion into what type of player that person is. So, probably not where you thought I was going to take it, but
no, not at all. But it does bring up a good point. Because they do know each other, they do know how the offense runs. But also to kind of touch on that a little bit for you, when I was watching tape specifically on Brian Thomas Jr., I was tending to watch Malik Neighbors a little bit, also too, because that dude just can play wide receiver, man. He just is amazing. I wish the Bills could have found a way to get him. I truly had him as my 1B receiver in this draft behind Marvin Harrison Jr. But I know exactly what you're talking about. When you're watching one guy, you're trying to watch him, and then you kind of fall back into watching other guys, as you go through that process.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting little thing, isn't it? And welcome back, Mr. Managing Partner, Pat Bruknis.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Yo, how good is Kevin's? You're such a goddamn nerd. He's got such a
Man.
presence about him, a calming presence.
He's very knowledgeable. It's great having him here.
Real quick, while you guys were gone, I did get the famous student wings down here at Elliott Apollo's. You want to tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, I just I'm all about caloric conservation. You can tell by my body type. And it's just kind of something that I was cooking up like at home. You get your traditional buffalo sauce, throw in some basil, throw in some garlic, and just a little touch of honey. And man, they're a hit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're probably one of my favorite wings. The garlic definitely tops them off. So,
and they're a head turner too, because you smell them come to the table. They're like, "What are those?" So, a portion of those do go to the Elliott Apollo Scholarship Fund, which is anybody knows anything about me, I'm very, very passionate about. Passionate about the Apollos. I think, Pat, I'm really excited for you to go there because
yes, so am I. Can't wait.
Matt, how long did it take you? And not in like an Olive Garden way when you're here, your family. Don't let him hear that. But there's some truth to that. What type of energy does that place just radiate? And I think it starts with the owners, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Dennis and Ilio, like I said, they opened up the restaurant. They opened it up. It's basically like their home. Because I think that they're probably more here than they are at their own home. So, and I kind of joke around all the time that, Olive Garden does say, they treat you like family. This place actually does.
Yeah, and they do it right, and it's we as a network have been able to solidify so many future guests, so many past guests, and just like you're able to have an approachable conversation with anybody there. to humble brag a little bit, how great was it? Your first conversation with Eric Wood, right at the Palace.
It was awesome. I mean, nice guy. Before we had him on, we set that up. But just a normal guy. Like just like you're talking to, you and I right now, or you and I in person, or I'm sure when Pat comes up here and we meet up here. I mean, it's just like having a normal conversation with somebody. It lets them be almost
At
freeing.
ease.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I have no problem expanding on this. I've just never been to a place quite like that. And I think you co-sign.
Neither have I. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I love spending time down here, because it truly, it's not just coming in here and eating and what. It's the staff. It's the Ilio and Dennis. It's the food. It's the kitchen. It's everything. It's the entire atmosphere. It feels like I'm in like my uncle's house or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with better bolognese.
I maybe.
What is Diegert? Is that German, Irish?
I am, but my uncle's Italian.
Got it. Bruknis is Polish?
Lithuanian.
Lithuanian. That was
Yes.
much like trading back 9 times. That was not on my bingo card.
Javon Buller's off the board in Green Bay.
Javon Buller, the safety, just went to Green Bay, so
Okay,
that option kind of.
We're kind of narrowing in on what our options are, and I'm less nervous about this one because I feel like this is going to fill best available when available versus weighted utility. I think that's where we're at right now, boys.
Yeah.
We're not at, I don't think we're at quite at best available when available versus development. And I put that tweet out every year, and it's something that I really think I wish more people would adhere to.
The Bills are officially on the clock. I apologize. The Texans have selected Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame.
Our guy Troy Franklin is there. Well, my guy at least.
I was gonna say that was a liberal use of R.
Yeah. Gonna say you got a mouse in your pocket, before that they do this, what do we think is going to happen? Do you think that they're staying at this and taking somebody like a Troy Franklin or a Roman Wilson or Javon Baker here, or Trey Benson, even the running back, or do you think that they trade out and try and pick up extra picks?
I think we have enough picks. I would stay put and draft a wide receiver.
Yeah, Maddie, we got. I mean, we can't. It's almost like we can't sign all these guys.
Yeah,
we can't.
No, and I get that completely. I'm almost wondering if maybe because Brandon Beane, and he said it earlier this year or earlier in the draft process that he doesn't like the depth next year in the draft. So I think that he's going to end up needing to move up because he has 4 fifth-round picks.
Well, I'm going to get a little. Yeah, go ahead.
2 6, 2 7s.
Also, I don't know if you guys want to talk a little bit about math. I think there's a high standard deviation here, or I'm sorry, a low standard deviation here as you get farther and farther back. The incremental differences in your needs get smaller and smaller. So, a really good safety and a really good wide receiver. While in the first round, it's a high standard deviation, right? The two need-based things versus value-based things could completely be on opposite sides of the value curve. Whereas you move back and back and back, the deviation gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So, picks in.
The Bills pick is in. Check the Twitter. So who are we thinking here?
Don't check the Twitter.
Okay, don't. Okay.
All right, we're not going to try and announce it first before before ESPN does.
Okay, who we thinking?
Brought to you by Sonic.
I'm of the mind with Javon Bullard gone. I really think they're going to pull the double dip here and go with Troy Franklin.
Oh, I hope so. That receiving.
Yeah,
room.
that'd be make me too happy. I think they're probably. Some part of me thinks they're going safety, bud.
I hope it's wide receiver.
But who though? Who would they take at safety at this point?
Cam Kitchens? Is that too early for him though? At 60? You have to think Joe Brady.
It's gonna shock you guys. This one's a shocker.
Jaden Hicks
Cole Bishop.
out of Utah.
Yeah. Yep. Cole Bishop goes to the Bills at 60.
Well, I guess safety was right.
Yeah.
It was. They did go out of the safety. They pulled it out of the safety room. So, with the other guys gone, with the Javon Bullard gone, Cole Bishop is definitely a good pick. I did think he was going to be, more of a third, fourth round guy, but definitely a good pick for the Bills.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Ryan Stanson now. What do we got going here?
You want to hop on?
Matt, I was just brushing up right now on Cole Bishop, making sure he is who I thought he was. The guy started 10 games as a freshman. That is, I think that's pretty indicative that you can trust a guy to be accountable in scheme. He's playing 10 games as a true freshman. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, no, I mean to play that many games as a true freshman is definitely something that's not, I don't want to say unheard of, but it's definitely a big thing in to kind of speak to his, type of player that he is. So is Aaron Williams going to announce this pick as well?
I would think so.
Let's see what we got here.
Man, for a day 2, look how well that is attended.
Aaron Williams is announcing the pick again.
Oh, wait.
Watch it.
I got Texas, the Nolo crew. Mom and Dad love you guys. With the 60th pick in the 2024 NFLDraft, the Buffalo Bills select Cole Bishop, TV.
Safety announcing a safety.
Yep.
Student, can we get it one time? Come on! There we go.
Hey, Pat, Matt,
Yeah.
good to be seen.
Yes, sir.
Good to be seen, as always.
Sir.
Bills have one more pick tonight, 95, right?
Yes.
Which they just picked up from Kansas City last night when they traded back with them from 28 to 32. So we're going to have a little bit of a wait, about 35 picks here, but not too big of a deal. But I'm excited to see what we have going on here with the other teams here to end the second.
Yes.
We got Detroit, we got Baltimore, San Francisco, and then Kansas City. So definitely see what else is going to happen here. Detroit came up in the first round to take Terrion Arnold. They traded with Dallas, which is a good pick for them. I don't know of anything that Detroit actually really needs at this point. I mean,
Do they go?
they won their first division since 1993. Barry Sanders, we got announcing the pick right now. So
I wonder. Yeah, we do have a question from Donna. Will we move up with our last pick? That's a possibility.
we'll definitely see. I mean, it's it could happen. I don't want to be that vague, but I don't think that they do, because I think that unless there's somebody that they really, really want, like if they really, really want somebody like Troy Franklin, I could see them coming up and getting another receiver at that point, based on if that's what they want to do. But I'm of the mind right now, I think that they are just going to stand pat right now at 95 and move into tomorrow.
Who are the Lions taking?
They took Rackestra, the quarterback. Definitely a good pick. Definitely a good pick. I had him a lot higher than what he ended up going. So this is definitely a great pick for them. Great value at 61.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if a team like Kansas City would double dip at wide receiver. Would they take
what room would they have?
Well, if Rashee Rice is out for some time, if he's out 6 weeks or if he's out for the year.
I mean, they could do that. That could definitely be something, but we'll have to wait and see if he gets put on the exempt list or anything like that. As far as he goes, but if not, I mean, I could definitely see him getting suspended a minimum of 4 games.
Right.
But I mean,
maybe.
I'm just trying to think of spots right now for receivers to go. I mean, Baltimore needs one, so I could definitely see them taking somebody like a Roman Wilson. We'll definitely see what they do here. So, student, what are you thinking?
You know, I kind of penned in my head that we'd be speaking about Roman Wilson just a little bit more. You know, I really just loved his tenacity, you know, when he played at, you know, Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, he was all Big Ten. And he won a national championship, and you know he also, I think he won the, you know, he played excellent in the Senior Bowl. And he just gave me like good vibes that he's just excited to be there, you know. And when you're kind of in the muck and you're down and stuff like that, and you know, games are, you know, your profile is uncertain about where a guy like that is going to fit kind of into scheme. I mean, like, it's a very different scenario if he's drafted, say, to the Bills versus, you know, he's drafted to, you know, Washington, right? And you know, when you're that specific and that utilitarian of a player, you definitely have preferences, and I wonder if that trickles down to, you know, when he does the interviews, if he kind of, you know, really commits to a scheme that he thinks he fits in. Like, you know, I'm sure he'd love to go to the Chargers. You know, Jim Harbaugh's scheme, right? He flourished at Michigan. And I just wonder, you're thankful for the opportunity, but you always want to set yourself up for the best. And he's the type of guy who just seems like he's happy to be there. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, you know, I enjoy, that's one of the things I enjoy as much as now, I'm a Buckeyes fan. As much as I hated Jim Harbaugh, I loved listening to him. He speaks so differently about things because, do you think that's more because he was a player, now coach, or do you think that's more? I don't know.
I'm not a big Harbaugh guy. I actually don't like him at all.
I just like the way he speaks, personally.
Well, I mean, I played against him in college. He was the coach of the University of San Diego. And when he was trying to hang 7 more on us with 2 minutes left if they're up like 20 points, you know, that's why I don't like him. But, yeah, that's student being student.
So, speaking of people you played against, you want to tell the story?
No.
I mean, he did come off his parents' couch last year and win the Comeback Player of the Year.
That guy's got multiple couches in multiple states because he's been cashing checks for longer than I've known 4-syllable words. It's absolutely amazing. And I tell this story all the time. Josh Johnson was Harbaugh's coach. Josh Johnson's still in the league. The quarterback.
Yeah.
You ever look him up? He's played on 15 teams.
Yeah.
So it's just amazing that people are still playing. I mean, even Hogan had a stint with the Saints 2 years ago, and he's doing a great job. Shout out to Chris. I'm sure you're not watching, but college teammate. He's doing a great job. Good Morning Football, and I like that he's kind of finding a niche and finding a voice. For the small school guy, for the UDFA guy. So shout out, Mama.
Just real quick, I'm reading a tweet from Chris Sims. While the Buffalo Bills needed a safety, and they got the great white safety in Cole Bishop. Great athlete who is best around the box, but can do free safety too. He can cover top tight ends in the NFL. He will start this year.
I mean,
What great tight ends is he going to be covering?
Kelsey.
That's kind of where I was leading. And we saw what happened in that playoff game against Kansas City. How, and I'm of the mind personally that I truly think that the Bills would have beat them had they had Bernard in there rather than. I think that they would have ended up beating the Chiefs at that point. But because they didn't have that, they didn't have healthy back end or anything like that. They end up losing that game. You saw the broken play from Travis Kelce, and it's going to be nice to have somebody that's actually able to cover those guys. He ran the fastest time of any safety in the entire draft. So I think it was a 4.54 something like that, 4.45, 4.54 something like that. So that's definitely, as far as that goes. I mean, I'm excited to have Cole Bishop on the team. That's a pick I'm super excited about.
We got a safety of the future.
Yeah,
we got a safety of the future. Me personally, I do not know that much about him. I've done a lot of work on wide receivers. Reading off Twitter and what you said. The guy sounds like he's gonna be a stud here in the NFL for quite some time, and I'm glad he's on our team.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably one of the better picks that the Bills could have made. We all wanted to see a double dip happen, but in place of that, Cole Bishop is definitely going to be a good player. And I'm almost wondering, just based on the board, based on Brandon Beane's board and how things fell, I'm almost wondering if Javon Bullard is still on the board at that point, who he goes with. Whether he goes with Bishop, whether he goes with Bishop, whether he goes with Bullard.
That's a good question. Very good question.
What do you think?
I would think they would go with Bishop with his versatility. McDermott and Bean love their versatility.
Yeah, for sure.
I think if we were going to double up, that would have required a move.
What do you mean, like a move up? Or
yeah. Doesn't that kind of feel that way?
I don't know. I really don't know because,
if we moved up, are we getting a better safety? Nah. It's not one that really stands out. If we move up.
Right.
You know what I mean? That would have been Go ahead.
The one I'm shocked about, though, is, as much as I'm a big fan of Cole Bishop, personally, just based on film and everything like that, I am surprised they didn't go with, like, a Cam Kitchens because of they brought in his coach to be a defensive backs or a cornerbacks coach. So
very true.
I mean, that kind of shocked me a little bit that they went with Bishop over Kitchens.
I would have thought for sure the Kitchens would have been a possibility because of that.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, and I think you could have gotten him in the third round. But again, I mean, it comes down to the fact of how the board fell. And I really do, want to hear later how Brandon Beane feels about Cole Bishop and what he has to say about him and how that all came about.
Kids getting real punchy. This is a kind of an old tweet, but I love engagement like this. It keeps it fresh, keeps people engaged, and it's nice to know that people respect our opinion. So far away, any questions you do have?
For sure, and definitely enjoy the questions coming through the comments. Definitely thank you for anybody putting any questions in there, and I'm glad we can answer them for you. At least with what our feelings is, because the way I've always looked at it is I feel like I'm a little, we're all a little bit more of fans, just kind of talking about everything. But I definitely want to, thank. We have 118 viewers in here, and we've had 118 viewers in here almost from the start. And we definitely want to thank each and every one of you for joining and taking in our thinking on all of this. Because we're not your talking heads like your Louis Riddicks or anything like that. So, and you could obviously choose to be watching them, and I'm sure a lot of people are watching them alongside of us as well. But definitely want to thank everybody that's in here right now.
Yeah, there you go.
So I mean, it's definitely been a fun night with the Bills actually picking tonight. It was kind of we had a lot of fun we had a lot of fun last night talking and down here at Ilio's last night as well, but the Bills ended up not making any picks last night, so it was kind of like,
wow. Okay. I was shocked.
With the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion, San Francisco 49ers select Bernardo Tree.
Is that what you're shocked about, Pat?
No, I was talking about not drafting somebody last night.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and like we said to start off the show, I mean it's unfortunate because you ended up trading with Kansas City, you ended up helping them out, but at the same time, when you actually break it down, we got a better 4th round pick out of it. We got an actual 3rd round pick out of it. Yep. They were going to probably take Xavier Worthy anyways, and they were scared that one of Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco was going to take him. So I'm glad we were able to almost take advantage of Kansas City a little bit on that one. They've been taking advantage of us throughout the playoffs the last 3 of the last 4 years. So I'm glad we could get them back a little bit.
About time. It's about time. Hopefully we can this year we can actually beat them in the playoffs.
I mean, it would definitely be nice.
Yes, it would be.
The Jets just traded up and they took Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky.
There goes one of the wide receivers.
Definitely like Malachi Corley. He's going to be a good player for them. I really do believe that. That dude just runs over people when he plays very angry. We definitely were talking about nastiness tonight. We were talking about it last night, and he's got that nasty to him.
That's great stuff. Maybe come down there and hang out with us here. He's got a blanket.
I hope we don't see a run of wide receivers starting.
Yeah, I mean it definitely would be something to see Brandon Beane, make a move here to come up and get somebody like that. I mean, that would definitely be a nice way to have the show,
right?
To have, after last night without making any picks. have Brandon Beane actually move up and make a choice like that. But we'll definitely see what happens here.
Porter's a little easier to navigate tonight.
Yes, without anybody being angry.
Yes.
Or irrational.
Definitely did not enjoy seeing some of those things happen. On Twitter with the videos and stuff like that. We had a good friend of the show and Greg Tomset. Almost have an aneurysm on screen last night. So definitely.
He made sure to send that to me at 8 a.m.
And definitely it comes down to it is, we all want who we want. And again, we're all just truly, in the core of it, we're all just, we're truly fans. That's what it comes down to it. Even though, some of us have a little bit more knowledge than others, some of us speak more eloquently than others. But it comes down to it, we're all truly fans, and these guys are the ones getting paid to evaluate this talent, and if we're not the ones saying, oh, if we're not the ones making the pick, as much as we've been on him with Leggett. He comes out and is a bust. He gets injured the next 4 years. He has more issues. We all know the issues he went through, losing his mom and dad, and the motorcycle accident and the injuries and things like that. Say that stuff happens to him in the NFL, and he misses games due to it, and his play suffers and things like that. We're not the ones losing our job over that. We could sit here and eat crow all day long. I'm wrong. He was a horrible player. Woe is me. I got to get better at watching film. Okay, cool. These guys actually lose their livelihoods because they make a bad pick like that. And it kind of comes back to one of Brandon Beane's worst picks that he traded up for in Cody Ford in the DK Metcalf draft.
What could have been? What could have been?
I don't think we're talking about a Stephon Diggs trade.
Nope.
And when I think Cody Ford, I just think about that Texans game.
Me too.
The blindside block that led to us punting. I was there.
Yep.
That stunk.
The non blindside block.
Didn't they get a letter from the league?
Yeah,
they fined him. They fined him.
Well, the Bills got a letter saying, "Oops, we're sorry."
And they still fined him?
Because they fined him before that. They fined him like within the 2 days after the game, and then like a week later, the Bills got a letter saying, "Oops, we're sorry. It's not a blindside block."
Cost you guys a playoff game.
At least they're sorry.
Right, it's all that matters.
Oh. So let's get back to the draft here. I mean, what do we think the Bills are going to do with the third round? Now that we're coming into the third round here,
got the need of a safety. Maybe they go running back here and Trey Benson, Braylon Allen, if they're available, or they get that wide receiver and Roman Wilson,
Javon Baker, Troy Franklin, yeah,
Vontaze Walker.
Yeah, I mean, Javon Baker is truly one of the best ball trackers in this draft, as far as, on deep balls and things like that. So, I mean, it would be nice to see, somebody like him in a contested catch situation, on the Bills, especially with the larger cornerbacks that we, the more physical cornerbacks that we play in our division. With Jalen Ramsey on the Dolphins, with Sauce Gardner on the Jets. What's his name?
Gonzalez.
Thank you. I was going to say Gonzalez out of New England. Those guys are big, and they're very physical with the guys. So it's nice to have Keon Coleman in that type of situation. So that's definitely a positive to go with Keon Coleman. So definitely look forward to seeing those type of matchups. Hopefully he can translate real quickly into the NFL. And I was reading a little bit on Twitter that he was a big Josh Allen guy, and we know how Josh Allen was last year with Dalton Kincaid. When he said on that podcast that he went on that he almost pulled like a draft day on Brandon Beane and texted him Dalton Kincaid. Trey Benson just went off the board to the Cardinals.
Wow. There's their backup running back behind James Conner.
Let's see here. Definitely less hate on Twitter tonight.
Right? Everybody's happy. We got the wide receiver, got the need of a safety. Safety of the future, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, do we think that that's a Mike Edwards replacement after 1 year, or do we think that they potentially signed Mike Edwards to a couple-year deal after this year?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because what if Mike Edwards balls out here in Buffalo in McDermott's scheme? Then what is Bishop? Just that box safety?
I think he plays more of that, Taylor Rapp kind of, that he played last year, where
right.
Or even like a Jordan Poyer role where he was coming down in dime and able to make a tackle, cover the tight end, things like that. So I don't know. Student, what do you think?
Actually, I'm pondering something else. It's a good one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Knox, 6'4", Kincaid, 6'4", Coleman, 6'4". That's going to be tough.
Yes,
Up in
it
the red
is.
zone. Knox,
Yeah,
6'4", Kincaid, 6'4", Coleman, 6'4". That's
Talk about just tossing the ball up.
Just high points.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yo, I got the film up on Coleman, and like, I can kind of ball.
I'm starting to feel that way too.
Like I said, I mean, I'm still going to be a little leery of him just because of what I've seen with him personally. But like I said, I'm not the one getting paid to do this. I am, when like I said before, when he makes a great play, I'm going to be one of the ones right there cheering for him. I thought there was better players out there than him, but I mean, to be able to get, and that's the one thing that I want to mention also is somebody like like we were talking about with Xavier Legette. I hope Coleman's better than him. I really do. I hope he comes in and it truly proves to be better than him. But also too, with that, I hope that fifth round pick that we got for him, makes it all the more worth it, because you literally moved down one spot when you could have had one of the better receivers in the draft. So I don't know how your guys' feelings are about, on the Keon Coleman stuff, but
I'm warming up to it by the minute. Warming up to it. If he can ball out, that's all I care about.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm starting to think for myself here is, he's the pick. we could sit here and talk about it. We got May, June, July, August. May and June. We got 2 months until 2.5 months until the training camp starts. So, we'll definitely see what goes on there.
Hey, is there any update on Hard Knocks?
Not that I've seen. Are you talking about like in season, or are you talking about in general?
No, fuck in season. Training camp. Who's gonna get that?
I really don't know. How does that work? So you can't be like a coach within 2 years or something like that.
It just drastically changed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, they're trying to run 5 teams this year, which is
my
crazy.
goodness.
But the revised rules. Under the new rules, a team doesn't have to be on the show if any of these 3 rules apply. The rules as follows: they have a first-year head coach in place. They're participating in the in-season show during the upcoming year or the following season, and they've appeared in Hard Knocks in the last 8 years.
The Bills have to be on. The Bills have to be on it at some point, right?
No, they you can't say any of that for them. They haven't been on in 8 years. They're not. We don't know if they're participating in the show, and we don't have a first year head coach. Now, there used to be a caveat that if you made the playoffs at any point in the past 2 seasons, you could decline it. That rule is no longer valid. So, I'm just gonna take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
So, Pat, we got, what are we on here?
Pick 68 with New England.
Yep, and the Chargers took linebacker out of Michigan, Junior Colson. So he reunites with Jim Harbaugh. So that's actually ahead of the New England pick, or behind the New England pick. So New England's what? Pick 68?
Yes, sir.
So we're still waiting to see what their pick is. I'm sure we can get it here. Hold on 1 second. We're missing New England's pick.
Yes, we are.
Doesn't look like it's out there anywhere. So we're going to have to wait to see what they say on TV here about it. And let's definitely see what happens here with New England.
Trey Franklin's not even on Daniel Jeremiah's top 100 best available. I wonder if he'll be there, Matt, at our next pick.
Well, and that's the thing is like we talked about a little bit ago is, as far as the next pick goes, we were talking about the 40 to 50 players that all these NFL GMs had kind of ranked equally, and were very similar. But then they were saying that the other guys throughout the draft, a lot of them were I don't want to say shocking, but like some of them had second round grades, third round grades on guys that are in the 6th or 7th round.
Right.
So we could definitely see a kind of a whole turnaround there. So. So where do we think New England goes here?
Maybe offensive line, or maybe defensive line.
You gotta protect Drake May, right? They spent the 3rd overall pick. I actually saw it today that the Giants offered him 6 and their first next year 4-3 to move up 3 spots, and they declined and took Drake May. So that tells me that they really believe in Drake May, and it's who's their coach now? Gerard Mayo?
Yes, Gerard Mayo.
Yeah. So that definitely is going to set him up very, very well up there in New England. Definitely going to be very different than Bill Belichick running that team.
Yeah, it's going to be a new look Patriots for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely the thing that's going on. So we got I'm not afraid of them. As far as that goes, I'm not afraid of the Dolphins. But again, we got 4 teams in the division. The Jets do scare me a little bit, but again, Aaron Rodgers has to prove that he's able to stay healthy.
Yeah, coming off a Achilles, missing all of last year.
The Patriots took Caden Wallace from Penn State.
Okay.
Offensive tackle. So exactly what we were thinking to protect Drake May.
Yep.
Good pick up for them in the second round.
Yes, it is.
Or I'm sorry, we're in the third round now. So third round, good pick for them in the third round. When it comes down to it, is second round last year, Osiris Torrance fell to the Bills at where they picked last year, and nobody thought somebody like him would fall.
Right.
So I mean, it just really, the one thing I will say is, I hope the Bills do grab like a defensive end somewhere in the draft, whether it's I don't want to say a project, but somebody that can learn under the tutelage of Von Miller, so that they have somebody when they eventually do replace him, because we don't know how much longer he's going to be in Buffalo, because I mean, look what they did with Stephon Diggs. They decided to take on all of his $31 million in dead cap rather than have him be here. So I mean, it comes down to it, and it's tough. I mean, it really is.
Yes, it is.
Because we don't truly know how long he's going to be here, and Von Miller is truly a future Hall of Famer, and I really do want to see him succeed this year. I'm of the mind personally. If there was a betting site out there for 10.5 sacks, I'd be taking that all day long. Over 10.5 sacks this year. So we'll definitely see where that goes.
Now that he has a normal, full normal offseason, he's not rehabbing. I feel like he rushed himself back last year for the team, and it was not the right choice.
Yeah, no, and I definitely agree with that. We're told, with ACLs, 9 months is kind of the, but we saw how long it took Trey White. His was more mental than it was physical, but. Right. I mean, look what Trey White started to do this past year, with a full off season. Yes, it's unfortunate he tore the Achilles. It kind of sucks that he is now with the Rams rather than being here. But it truly is time to move on in the youth movement. We've talked about it plenty of times here on our show. But it one of my favorite players that was ever on the team, truly ever on the team. Just everything from the Trey White goalie academy, all that stuff. Just everything he was doing, within the community, and the type of work ethic that he had. But he was making too much, $16 million for as a cap hit for him. And they're going to end up with the post-dated June 1st cut. They're going to end up getting $10.3 million back on their cap. So you're talking now the Bills can go out and, if they don't get another receiver right now, they can move a couple more things around, like an Ed Oliver extension, or not extension, but a restructure, extending Spencer Brown, or I'm trying to think of any other ones that I've seen out there.
Josh Allen, we can go back to that if we wanted to.
You can't. You can't.
You can't?
Nope. His money was moved next year. It's actually, like I said, friend of the show, Greg Tom said, if you actually go check his Twitter, he actually has a good breakdown on that for Josh Allen, and why we cannot go back to Josh Allen, as far as that goes. But they would need an extra, I think, $7 or $8 million to get somebody like a T. Higgins, or somebody like that, and bring him in, and make a huge splash there. And could you imagine a wide receiver room of Keon Coleman, T. Higgins, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Matt Collins, and the shortest guy in that room would be Curtis Samuel.
Yeah.
So
that would be a really, really nice receiving core. Give Josh Allen as much weapons as you can.
Yeah, and like we've talked, offline a lot of times, Pat, is just get weapons for Josh Allen, and that's kind of where I was at, after last night, was the fact that you just have to start putting weapons around Josh Allen, and they might not be the greatest, the most popular pick from the fans,
right?
But you got to put guys around Josh Allen that are going to be like look at who they have right now. They got Dalton Kincaid. They have Dawson Knox. They have now they have Keon Coleman. They have Curtis Samuel. All guys that if they get the ball in their hands, they're going to be able to do special things with it, and that's really what you need, for the Joe Brady offense. And that's one of the things that I'm feeling that's going to happen in the Joe Brady offense is get the ball out of Josh's hands, because there's really not a way you're going to ever take Josh's, I don't want to say hero ball, but the nothing's open. Let me find a way to force something to somebody, or let me find a way to, take on a 300-pound defensive lineman and try and run him over or hurdle him or anything like that. And those are the things that they've tried to coach out of Josh Allen. And we clearly saw what happened last year with him, having that stuff trying to be coached out of him. Is it almost like, I don't want to say confused him, but it it pushed him in a certain direction where you could watch it on film and you could almost see where he was like, what do I do here?
Yeah. You look back at the Jets game, week 1. He chucked it up instead of taking the first down.
Right. So as far as that goes, you're never going to be able to coach that stuff out of him. So if you have somebody like Joe Brady where he's 1, 2 and out and into somebody like a Curtis Samuel's hands, that's going to be able to basically do, I don't want to say a wide receiver screen, but something like a quick slant, a drag, and out, and anything like that that gets it into his hands when he's in full speed. You're not going to have a defensive back that's going to be able to keep up with him. It's going to have to be that next guy down the field that's going to have to stop him. And are they going to be able to do that when he's running full speed? So let's do things that gets the ball out of Josh's hands, so you don't have to coach these things out of him that are what makes Josh Allen great, because you want to see the plays like he made in against the Steelers.
Yes,
where he took the ball 52-yard touchdown because nothing else was open. Like gone touchdown, and that play kind of solidified the game for the Bills. So rather than coach those things out of him, let's get him weapons so he can get the ball out of his hands, so he's not going to have to worry about thinking about those things.
Agreed. I could not have said that any better.
So, and then also too, like he's got, I think he said eye discipline is something that he was, working on this year too, this off season as well. So, I'm excited to see what Josh, can do. As far as that stuff goes, there's been a big contention within the fan base that they do want to see him putting work in.
Right.
I don't need to see it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. I'm sorry. If he's not doing it and he's going on podcasts and things like that saying he's not doing it, then we have to take him at his word that he's not actually doing it, and that's wrong.
Right.
But no, I don't need to see him actually doing it. That's my whole point. That's my whole point, is I don't need to see the Patrick Mahomes style video where he's, look at me, you know.
Yeah, Josh is not that type of guy.
No,
He's not
and
a social media guy.
I don't really care to see it. But I really do wish he would, you know, from all things that we've seen, you know, over, you know, the last couple off seasons. And one of the things that I think that was a big issue in the Diggs trade is, you know, why he was upset with Josh is that he wasn't putting in that work, and that he needs to get back to that.
Right.
So
I mean, everybody has a different off-season plan, and you know, Diggs cannot be mad at Josh for Josh Allen having his own off-season plan. If
Right.
Josh Allen was regressing, then sure, you
right.
can say something about it, but he's not.
Yeah, but also too at the same time, if he puts in that work, if he does, you know, does go back to, you know, Jordan Palmer and works on things during the offseason and gets the receivers together and like I said, I don't need to see it. I don't care to see it. Like, you know, you'd probably see it in some way, shape, or form because somebody take a video of it somewhere, but I don't need to see it. I just want to know that it's happening, you know, more than anything else. Because I truly think if he could get on the same page with some of these guys, not only is that gonna help him get the ball out of his hands quicker, but it's also going to be able to get him on the same page with his receivers, get the receivers on the same page with him, and you know, because there's going to be times there truly is going to be times where, you know, you play a team like the Jets, right?
Right.
He's not going to be able to find anybody open, so you go through like the, you know, the fire drill, like, and these guys got to, you know, break away and kind of find open spots and give him spots to be open rather than like, oh, somebody's downfield, I'm just going to chuck it up, screw it, he'll be down, somebody will be down there. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it as far as that goes. So I don't know. Just at this point, put the weapons around him and let's go.
Yeah.
Is it September yet?
Right? Wake me up when September starts.
But yeah, when September ends. Good Green Day reference there.
Thank you.
But we do have some, you know, exciting news coming out next. A couple weeks from now is the schedule comes out, and I know that I was watching on Twitter, and you know, somebody who we've had on the show a couple of times in Sal Capaccio, he was talking to I can't remember the guy's name, but he's one of the heads of the scheduling stuff. Yep. And he said, prepare to reset your clocks again. So I'm excited to have some more primetime games for the Bills, because that should be I mean, what do we think? What did we count that they ended up having last year? Something like 7 during the regular season?
Yes.
Like,
I mean, I know there's a lot of Bills fans that don't like the primetime games. I'm one of the Bills fans that like them. You know, growing up, the Bills are always on at noon. Nobody wanted to see the Bills on primetime.
Well, and that's, you know, you're 21 years old. You didn't have to live through, you only lived through the drought. So you didn't get to see, you know, like, what did we see? During the drought, you saw the one that's most memorable to me, just because of how it happened, is the Patriots one, where Leotis McKelvin fumbled the ball. Or how about the Dallas game, that Monday Night Football game where the Bills were up, and that, I think, what were they up, like 11 points or something like that, or 20 points, something like that. I can't remember the exact, but Dallas came back, got the onside kick, and then ended up winning.
I did not get to see most of that.
Yeah.
I've seen it, and I have heard about it. And
yeah. Well, like I said, that was right. I think 07 was that game, right around there. So I mean, that was definitely a heartbreaker. So, we as Bills fans have kind of ran the ringer with heartbreakers throughout the years. So
yeah,
kind of numb to it at this point. But they always find some way to, you know, some way to break our hearts again.
I never thought, me personally, you know, somebody who never saw the wide right back in the 90s, that I would have to live through that in a playoff game. When I saw that kick over, I'm like, unbelievable.
Yeah, that one wasn't great, but I mean, like, let's be serious. It's a divisional round game. It's a divisional round game, right? Divisional round game. You know, he makes the kick. It's tied. It's 20-19 in 1991.
It's the same thing on the football field.
20-19 in 1990. You know, that Super Bowl in the January of 91, and watching that go wide right to win a Super Bowl, that one hurt way more than what happened against Kansas City last year.
Me personally, I was a
ahead.
wreck, a mess after that. That kick from Tyler Bass back in, was that January? I can just imagine, how somebody like you, student, all the Bills fans that saw that, their feelings. Your team just lost the Super Bowl because of that kick. That's just a different type of heartbreak.
Wait, are you talking,
Honestly, I don't know if I could have dealt with that.
Are you talking about the Norwood
Yes.
kick? How old do you think I am? I was like 3, dude. Yeah, that's on you, coach.
It's on me.
Yeah. I was 5 myself, but I do remember staying up late to watch that game. So
Yeah,
I can tell you exactly where I was for that too.
I do remember where I was, and that's a really adolescent memory. You know what I mean? It's really early to remember something, but I remember holding my mom's leg and her just bawling her eyes out. My pops, R.I.P. He was there. He was there with Dennis DiPaolo and Salvatore. Russell Salvatore. He throws always the big party in Miami, but he was down there and everything like that, and the whole ethos of them just going a little too hard in the paint, and not realizing there was a game to be played. Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, depending who you talk to, there's a little truth to it, I guess. But
Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
I do think, and I do take umbrage of getting ragged on about that. It's 4 straight Super Bowls. It's like people are no longer living off that team because it's Ken Hull's not around anymore. I don't want to go through the list of the deceased, but we're working on pushing like 30, 40 years.
yeah. Yep. January of 91, 40 years would be 31.
See, when somebody tells me like, "Oh, you guys lost 4 straight Super Bowls," I wasn't thought of.
Yeah,
That
I mean we've heard it. Boy, I love losing Super Bowls. We've seen the X-Files stuff. We've seen like all of it. It's
Getting it from Ravens fans is like, yo, you were the Browns.
You're the Browns. What have you ever won?
like your owner
the
stole
Ravens
your
fans. The Ravens fans that talk shit. You guys were the Browns. Art
Right.
Modell.
You're-
That was before Art Modell moved your team, dude, in the dead of night.
What's going on?
I thought the Bills and Bears could have made a trade. They have made trades in the past. That's actually how we got Khalil Shakir, actually. Don't know if you guys remember that. We traded up with Chicago to get Shakir.
Hey, how's Isaiah Hutchins doing?
Isaiah Hodgins, he's with the
Yeah.
Giants. I believe
Still.
he just got a second contract.
Good for him.
With them?
That's you get to that second contract, you're starting to set up your life a little bit.
Right.
You know what
I
mean?
agree.
I mean, it's no secret that maybe thanks to Poyer, how much state taxes and everything really do matter. In a couple conversations, even talking with Doyle, he's like, dude, I filed taxes in like 9 states.
Yeah.
And when they're paid their game check. There's no checks in the offseason.
Right.
So if you haven't seen Broke, you should really go see it. It's on ESPN Plus and stuff like that. It's
I'm going to have to watch it.
And they cover all sides of the spectrum. Leon Searcy, he has his neck issue. He's cut from Dallas, and he's got $52,000 left in his bank account, and he pulls by a Hummer dealership.
Okay.
$52,000 left in his bank account, and he negotiates a deal to buy the truck cash for $49,000.
Wow.
He's got $52,000 left in his bank account. That's like this, And they go into kind of something interesting about how when you're in the club, kind of like joy boying and stuff like that, bottles and models.
Right.
It's always the NFL players that introduce you by their full name, and I thought that was interesting, because their face is covered by a helmet, so they kind of get into kind of like the kind of like the nuance and kind of the underlying tones of like they want you to know who you are, and I just mean they just in commenting about the documentary.
Right.
But Broke on ESPN is like really, really decent. And Pat, me. I've seen 20 movies in my life. So,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to check that out.
So what? I'm gonna ask you what. Where do you really feel like there's the lull in the off season? You can breathe and you don't have to think so heavy about 2024.
Maybe right as training camp starts.
So that's when I gear up.
You said what?
That's when I gear up. Like I don't really get too into OTAs. You?
I do.
Yeah.
I always seen all the guys there building that chemistry continuity.
Yeah. I cringe at like the kind of the faux positive journalism, like, oh, he didn't show up. Well, they're called optional team activities for a reason. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, I know the anxiety of off season did get a little lighter now that we don't have a certain person on the roster. How have your feelings with that? I'm sure they've changed.
Yeah.
It was so in your face how it happened in the exit, and it was.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like you wore egg on your face a little bit for defending him relentlessly, and you never got that same love back?
Yeah, a little bit.
Matt,
a little bit.
Matt, we're kind of having an interesting discussion.
Okay.
Your feelings have changed about the Dig situation. They have to have.
Yes.
Have they become more palatable?
As far as what?
Have they become more palatable? Have you been able to step back and kind of see the silver lining in not any longer having to
within 5 minutes. No, seriously though, within okay.
We didn't know what this exit package,
All right, Matt, I'll let you go first on this one.
When it came out that it was only a difference of $3.2 million to take on his dead cap, I was fine. Like, cool. Like it sucks we lost receiver one, but you cannot have somebody that's literally sitting there every single day tweeting out
garbage.
Or lyrics
garbage.
to songs. Yeah.
Garbage.
For me, I look at it as, I defended Stephon Diggs. I always said, he wants to be a Buffalo Bill. The media is just, giving him this narrative because, he asked out of Minnesota. People think he's a diva. But then he ended up proving everybody right. That he did want out. I don't mean you talked about it a couple episodes ago. Why did he want out? You're on a Super Bowl contending team with a great quarterback. It's not because your contract, you're getting money. I just don't think now. I feel like, okay, you wanted out by. Do I feel like slighted and disrespected? Yes.
It's very clear to me, man. It's it's a pattern of self-sabotaging behavior.
Yeah.
It's a portmanteau of look at me, telling everyone who you are, rather than just kind of, it really doesn't sit right with me. The behavior from both Trayvon and Stephon.
Yeah.
I always said there was something kind of not always. I said there was something wrong. When he started training camp, and I picked up a will or whatever from the facility, and I saw Stephon Diggs, and it was wildly reported he wasn't there and stuff like that. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, but he didn't go and address anything. It was like it's how you feel. To give your brother that type of agency to tweet something like that, I mean, and then to go after, one of the reporters, I think I said it before, it's just, it's not adult behavior.
No, it's not.
And without a clear end goal, I mean, you're on your 3rd team that you didn't choose.
You know who he reminds me of on a little bit of a lesser scale?
James Harden.
No. T.O.
Yo.
Minus the doing workouts in his driveway. Because look at all the teams he forced his way off of. He forced his way off of San Francisco. He forced his way out of Dallas. He was a model citizen here for his 1 year here, but then you hear all the stuff,
he
even though
the money.
Yeah, I get that. Oh, I get that. I'm just saying, like, he was a model citizen here, and then he goes and plays with Ocho Cinco in there, and he retired rather than coming back.
Yeah. I wonder, if he puts up 1,000 yards this year to say, and, he enters free agency, is a team willing to give him a 3-year deal?
No.
I have to check the MLS listings.
No.
I don't think so, because, he's cried his way out of Buffalo. He cried his way out of Minnesota. It took him Buffalo. When did all this start? After the Bengals game. So what is that, 2 years? 2 years he was actually a good, Buffalo Bill.
A year and a half right now.
Yeah, a year and a half. He didn't complain. Then he complains after a playoff loss where your quarterback had a slightly torn UCL, where your offensive line was just a door. Just push open.
Where you drop a clear touchdown that's put in your arms.
Yeah. I mean,
the last memory of Stephon Diggs in a Bill is the picture of him with the ball falling out of his arms.
It's not my last memory.
Wow.
My last memory is that tweet he sent out.
The last on the field memory.
No, I know, but like on the field plays happens, guys. You know what I mean? Like drop balls happen. He didn't, there's no malice in him dropping the ball, and if he could have it back, no matter what team he plays on. I'm just saying, my last memory with him is he couldn't have a moment of grace, knowing the night before he was leaving, he still had to tweet, "You sure?"
Yeah.
Do you think that was the end all be all? With Bean saying like, no, done?
No. He knew he was leaving. He knew he was leaving.
Oh, okay. Houston just traded up.
Car insurance easy.
Oh yeah, Matt. Bang on, 100%.
Yeah, he knew he was. He knew there was probably a trade within the last probably couple of days. He knew that, and then tweeted out that, you sure? To what was it that Josh Allen's going to be fine without Stephon Diggs or whatever it was?
Yeah, it was something like that. Like Josh Allen
couldn't even exit with grace.
Yeah, I mean it's
like
I'm sorry. What did you do in Minnesota other than that? The catch.
The Minneapolis Miracle. That's all he did.
I'm being serious. What did he do? And then because he didn't have a Josh Allen to play with, even though Josh Allen wasn't truly Josh Allen yet in 2020 when he came here. But they kind of helped each other make each other. Like Josh Allen, I don't think that Stephon Diggs gets $27 million if he doesn't have Josh Allen throwing to him.
Isn't that how he's going to behave?
You would think.
Yeah.
And like Brandon Bean said, did Stephon Diggs make a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro before he got to Buffalo? No.
Nope.
So I mean, he's not our problem no more.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
probably not.
He has not bought a house.
Well, he's not going to be staying in Houston.
just made a selection. They bring an offensive tackle out of Maryland, Delmar Glade, the third team All Big Ten player.
Have a good night.
Over the last 4 seasons.
Send tweet.
It's a shame, you know.
Is this a student style tweet?
No, I'm tracking this.
Oh, okay, gotcha. The whole MLS thing.
Yeah.
What is it now? 3 weeks? 3 weeks since he's been traded?
Week 3.
This is the third time in the last 7 years we've not heard a quarterback stand in the second round. And then it comes down to Spencer Rattler's tangibles and intangibles. No one questions Spencer.
So I mean, and that's the big thing is like you know, with it the whole time, no matter what, Josh Allen has had chances to say anything about Stephon Diggs. He ran through Media Row and basically was saying that he's like a brother to him, and you know, never said a bad word about him in public.
Never.
We don't know what happened behind closed doors, like whatever. But
I said what? Yeah, we don't know.
I think A. Will nailed it, guys. When he's like, I believe the quote was, "You as fans, you know, you could search for deeper meaning, but you put 2 and 2 together, some things are just not meant to be spoken about." I thought that was pretty brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Daniel Jeremiah is best available, and Troy Franklin's not on there. Is that a guy that falls to Buffalo?
Kalen Bullock just went to the Texans, safety out of USC.
Alrighty.
I mean, at this point, Troy Franklin could fall. I mean, I haven't seen him go anywhere.
Would you run to the podium and take him?
At this point, I might.
Game-defining, game-saving play in the second overtime that he dedicated to Trojans.
Yeah, I mean, I might. I mean, do we?
Against the Wildcats there, made a big play.
What do we think is the reason that he's falling this far?
22, that's a miss in the Pac-12.
I can't think of anything other than, you know, his combine, but he was sick. Didn't he not participate in some of the drills?
Yeah, I mean, he was sick though. I mean, you know, for him to just at least show up at that point
Should show something.
right? Colts are now on the clock at 79. They just traded with Arizona. So
I wonder if Bean starts trying to make some calls here.
I don't know.
I mean, right now, would you take Roman Wilson or Troy Franklin? If you're Buffalo.
It's really going to depend on who, because who's you still got what? You got Javon Baker out there. You got
Malik Washington's still available.
Malik Washington's still available. Troy Franklin's still available. Roman Wilson's still available. I mean,
Johnny
there's
Wilson, Brendan Rice.
there's a good class of receivers still available.
Yeah, there is.
And so it's not a true double dip, but I mean, it would still be a double dip nonetheless.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that it's Bengals with the 80th pick took Jermaine Burton at number 80.
Jermaine Burton's off the board.
Just made a pick two. We're ready to announce the Colts.
And the Colts have selected
They just made Matt Gonzalez from
Mackins
tackle.
Gonzalez. Pittsburgh's tackle.
It's Gonsalves.
Gonzalez, okay.
Earlier this season, we've been talking about it a lot. That a major toe injury just
Oh, we got what? We got 14 picks until the Bills.
Let's go. Week 3. Stephon Diggs does not purchase the house. First student body, right?
started training camp, had left tackle experience. Right.
That's so great.
Another depth receiver. One of the players on the line. That's awesome.
That is.
This year, I was disappointed by the injury, cutting that very short. Okay, so the Bengals pick is in.
Jermaine Burton, wide receiver, is off the board. You can now see Buffalo on the. So what?
TJ Hushmanzada. TJ Hushmanzada.
DJ, who's your daddy?
Yep, I remember that commercial like it was on yesterday. That is a great commercial.
Man, Mookie says some wild fucking shit.
What did he say now?
I knew he was a Buffalo Bill after this interview. Mookie.
What, the interview where he talked about going up and getting the deep balls for Josh Allen?
Sweetie, I have a whole folder of premonitions that are not even close to materializing in this draft.
I'm actually pretty excited about Keon Coleman. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably have his jersey by. I'll probably have his jersey by the end of next week.
Who?
I just want to see what number he's wearing. Keon Coleman. I did say whatever receiver we take, I'm buying his jersey. Now I just want to see what number he is.
So does that mean you're going to buy 2 if they take another receiver here?
I will. I will. As many receivers as the Bills draft, I'm buying their jerseys. Above the 5th round. 5th round or lower.
Yeah, anybody after the 5th round is probably going to end up as an insurance salesman.
Right? Mike Clay says that A+ landing spot for Keon Coleman in Buffalo.
I mean, it's an A+ landing spot for any receiver, really. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you got Josh Allen, you got Joe Brady there.
Wide receiver 1 spot open. You're not gonna be wide receiver 2. You're not gonna compete with Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel for that 2, 3, 4-ish. Mac Hollins. You're pretty. Right now you're the franchise wide receiver for the Bills.
Yeah.
But I do wish that the Bills would have, taken him at pick 32. But that way they had the 5th-year option just in case, he does ball out, which hopefully he does. We had that extra year of, kind of a cost control contract.
With spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, patio season is all about savings.
Your gifts or something else, student.
Yes.
I only tweet Miro.
Yeah. But they're like the best use of it.
Right.
No, not you. Or you.
So far, who are some of the winners of the offseason? Of the draft. Let's go with the draft.
Yeah. I think that I personally have Minnesota. But again, earlier Kevin did bring up a great point that he moves them down a little bit because they basically gave up their entire draft this year and next year to make sure that they have 11 and 23.
It's true.
So, I mean, that's what unfortunately but I think that they have, they have Justin Jefferson. They have now J.J. McCarthy. They have Dallas Turner. They replaced Daniil Hunter with Dallas Turner.
Jordan Addison, Hawkinson,
coming back off that ACL, yeah.
I think who I think is the winner of the draft so far. I think it's the Bears.
2-teamer.
No, it has nothing to do with being a 2-teamer. Caleb Williams is a guy who puts up 4,100 passing yards, and that's a team that can make some noise. They have a good secondary, an iffy defensive line, good linebackers.
Now, here's a question for you. Here's a question for you both. You're a quarterback of a team, and you'll see where I'm going with this in a second. You're a quarterback of a team, and you have no help for your entire career with that team, and they don't try and get you any help. and then you get traded during the offseason, and then all of a sudden now they're trying to get help for that new quarterback. How are you feeling?
So the Jared Goff, Matt Stafford situation?
You're talking about
Justin Fields. Justin Fields.
Oh, Matt, I don't mean
Same, but different.
I know Matt, me and you have had multiple discussions of this. We thought the Bears should have kept Fields and drafted Harrison Jr. And then, who knows what you could have done. I feel like for Justin Fields, it has to feel like a kick in the face. Where, I know Ryan Poles did not draft Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Maybe Fields wants his own guy, but still. That guy, what Justin Fields had to deal with, he had to deal with Darnell Mooney, Chase Claypool, and Tyler Scott.
Yeah.
How's that like? Now
and you see what he did with DJ Moore when they brought him in, and when he was healthy this year, what he did with DJ Moore, and that was still without a good offensive line.
I mean,
so they the Bears just minus Caleb Williams, they added DeAndre Jesus.
No, you're right.
DeAndre Swift. They added now Roma Dunze. They added Keenan Allen.
Gerald Everett. I mean, Ryan Bates they traded for, which was a good depth piece here in Buffalo.
Yeah. And the Bears were the ones that signed him to the offer sheet. What, 2 years ago?
2 years ago, we matched it.
Yeah. And to me, if I was the one sitting there seeing this, transpire, I'm probably like, what the hell? This is a slap in the face. This is, because Justin Fields wasn't drafted by Ryan Poles, but Poles came in and had 2 years to basically get him to help, and he didn't do anything for Fields.
No, he didn't. And I mean, they had Luke Gessie, which was their offensive coordinator. That guy did nothing but run the ball.
Yeah.
3rd and 15, he would run the ball down by 10 in the fourth quarter.
Right.
I mean, now they have a new Shane Waldron, I believe, is their new offensive coordinator. It's just you give Caleb Williams all this, but when Fields came in, he had nothing.
And you know how I feel about Caleb Williams. I think if he goes to any other place, I think he might succeed with the Bears, but I think he's personally a bust. I really do. Like I had him as my 93rd ranked player in the draft because because of more of his off the field stuff, or I guess you can call it, I don't know how to put it, but it's more like on field, off field stuff. It's more like how his makeup is. Like, you're not going to go shake players' hands. You're not going to show sportsmanship. You're going to go cry in your mother's arms, like, because you lost a game. Like, let's learn to win. What's going to happen the first time that you go through
a rough game,
a rough stretch with the Bears?
It will happen. I mean, it happens to every quarterback that comes in.
I just like a media market like New York City would eat that alive.
Yes. Yeah, I think he ends up like Zach Wilson if he goes to a place like the Jets.
Yeah.
Or even the Giants.
I mean, like what the Bears gave him, he kind of can't fail. All you have to do is just be an average quarterback, and you're going to succeed in that system now with that with those weapons.
Right. He's literally just got to get the ball out of his hands to Keenan Allen, to DJ Moore, to Roma Dunze, to Cole Kmet, to Swift.
And their backup running back's Khalil Herbert, he's not known, but I mean, he's not bad.
Right. I don't know. I think that I would probably agree with you that they're probably the winners of the draft so far. I mean, just because of who they were able to take with the first overall, with the 9th overall.
They took a tackle in the 3rd.
What do we got here? What's that?
Rex Ryan said, "We won the offseason."
Did he really?
Oh, that was a big quote.
Yeah. Rex Ryan is, not great.
No, he's not.
Great defenses following in his dad's footsteps, but man, as a head coach,
Rex Ryan, your coach. That's my memory of Rex Ryan. Tom Brady.
The
Rex Ryan.
the Rams just took Blake Corum from running back from Michigan.
I want to get you guys' opinion on. Here's a draft crush I fell in love with one of my buddies I talked to. The running back out of Mizzou, Cody Schrader. That's one guy I fell in love with. Walk on, blue collar guy. Works hard. He can do a little bit of both. He's a smaller running back. He can receive the ball. He can catch the ball, I should say, and he'll pick up those yards. He'll run through somebody if he has to. I thought that would be a good running back too for Buffalo. You probably get him in the later rounds. Maybe you can get him in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, or maybe he goes undrafted. I doubt he might go undrafted, but there's a chance.
You wanna tell any Monmouth stories here, student? About a certain running back in the draft?
I really hope. I really hope. There wasn't a bang bang small school guy, was there? In your head, when I say premier small school guy, who do you think of in the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years, 6 years?
For anybody in particular, or just
when I say small school guy, who's the biggest one you're thinking of? I have one. Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Do we consider Wyoming a small school?
No. I'm talking mid majors.
Okay. Not recent, but Hogan.
He wasn't drafted.
I know he wasn't. So you're talking somebody that was drafted. Okay. I can't think of anybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't think of anyone.
Yeah. At this point right now, I can't think of anybody.
The thing is, he's going to have to prove that he can play on 3rd down. That'll be the big. The other thing is,
Roman Wilson off the board of the Steelers.
Yep, I knew they were going to take a wide receiver eventually.
So it comes down to it. If the Bills want Troy Franklin, they're going to have to move up and get him.
Yeah, who's still there? You got Javon Baker, Javonte Walker. Brennan Rice, he's still there, son of Jerry Rice. You have, who else is there? Luke McCaffrey. I think he might be more of a 4th round guy, don't you think? What do you think he's the 3rd round guy?
Luke, you're talking Luke McCaffrey?
Yes.
I think he's more of 5th or 6th round guy personally, but
look, Jalen Polk went in early 2nd round.
Yeah. And that's the one thing we've been talking about it all night is, the one report I had seen earlier, like a lot of these teams after that 50th guy, they don't have anybody, or they have different grades on some of these low guys, high guys, however they feel.
Right.
So
certainly feels a little bit like hurry up and wait, boys.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling that we got 10 picks left. So hopefully they start going a little bit quicker here. They seem like they're starting to move a little bit here.
They do.
Roman Wilson, the Steelers. I know you just announced that, but I don't know. I like them.
Pairing him with now George Pickens and Russell Wilson / Justin Fields.
Pat, they still have that tight end, Pat.
So sometimes you're even more deadly based on the team you're assembled around.
Yeah.
Yep. We brought in Troy Franklin on a top 30 visit. You'd have to think in the 3rd round at what, pick 95? That would be your guy. What else is the glaring need for us?
There really isn't one. Glaring need would be running back too.
Or does Joe Brady like Ty Johnson as running back too?
Oh, we'll definitely see.
Yeah, I mean, not with Trey Benson's on. What team did Trey Benson go to? Arizona, right?
Let's see here. Who we got? Who we got going to the Browns?
The pick is in for Cleveland.
Number one player on or number one receiver left on the board for Field Yates is Troy Franklin. Excuse me.
Come on, Bean. Make
What's your
that
opinion
call.
What's your guys' opinion on RG3 as a pundit?
I don't know how to take him because sometimes I want to like throw my phone when I see some of his things, but
Yeah, me too.
then like he'll turn around and be like say something like super smart and witty, and it's like
No,
okay.
Like, I think those comments come. The brilliant comments come from personal experience and insight.
Yeah,
Outside of that, my God,
yeah.
the only other guy that really, I mean, Damian Woody is tough. And who is the cat? Nigerian cat, played at Texas. Big guy.
You're not thinking Booker McFarland, are you?
No. He wrote the book Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. Oh, he's rough. I'm gonna go look it up. Match this with hundreds of pillows, linen, and bedding options. He played at Texas. Shop in store or online at citymattress.com and start sleeping better. And Acho.
Ah, yes. I am not a fan of him.
He's tough.
No, I'm not either. No, I don't like.
I am not a fan of his. I don't know.
Manuel Acho is tough. I mean, I was living in New York during the OBJ days.
Yeah.
But Mike Francesa had just come back on air.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is theater. It is amazing. Oh, you wore the cheese cleats? No one cares. Catch the ball. There's a great prank call. This guy, Mike from Nahopac, always used to call. And Francesa didn't pick it up for years. And he was talking about, it was Aaron Judge early in his career. And he goes, a caller calls in, Matt, this is funny. Caller calls in, and he goes, yeah, and it's Judge's, I don't know, we're halfway through his first season. He goes, yeah, I think Aaron Judge is on pace to be better than Lou Gehrig, and Francesa's like ramping up, and he's just like, what? He's like, yeah, just from what I've seen, from Judge, he's gonna be better than Gehrig. He's played half season. Lou Gehrig won the Triple Crown. He goes, Mike, how did he win the Triple Crown when he's not a horse?
Jeez.
And Mike's just like, Francis is just like, you waited 2 hours on hold to say something like that. Lou Gehrig won the Triple Crown. Mike, how do you win the Triple Crown when he's not a horse?
Jeez.
The Browns took Zach Zittner, guard from Michigan.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but Baltimore scares me of taking Franklin.
Michigan versus Ohio State. That's my big house. Senior night.
I don't know. I mean, we'll definitely see. There's definitely a couple teams that are.
Tampa Bay's one too.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
On the faces of this team, this is their leader, Saxon. Team that kind of come around me, and then I just start hearing like, "Let's go, let's go back." like then, like, am I hearing that right? And
Oh, the 49ers have traded the pick, I think. Or do they trade up? Oh, the Niners made their pick. Okay, the pick is in for San Francisco. Let's see what San Francisco's picks. The 49ers have selected tackle Dominic Pooney, tackle from Kansas, as they continue to bolster up their
Pat, are we the only ones
offensive
on?
line.
Are we the only ones on tonight?
I think Buffalo. I think Bills and Buffalo is.
I noticed cover one wasn't.
So, student, with Troy Franklin being on the Bills' top 30 visit, being a Bills' top 30 visit, do you see that being the play at, I think, 95 if he's there?
Matt and I were talking about it, and it's just one of your 30 visits, not top. You know,
Right.
we sometimes we bring in people just to see how they'll interact, just to get a live eye on maybe a concern,
Right.
stuff like that. Certainly indicative of interest, but the farther reaching we are to the back end of this draft, the possibilities truly seem endless.
Right.
And even after that, how many UDFAs are we going to bring in?
Quite a bit, I would say. Quite a bit.
Just for
Welcome back, Matt.
They can bring in 10 to 20, typically 10 to 20 UDFAs.
And we can't roster all these draft picks, so if being wanted to trade up, right now would be a good time to do it.
that is correct.
Yeah, but I think people know that. I would assume they know that. So
Right.
I think
Bean's probably getting a little antsy right now.
that
If he did want to go, Franklin.
Bean was fired up about Cole Bishop.
Was he?
Mm-hmm. Video's just coming out right now.
What'd you say?
There's video coming out right now. Bean, he is fired up about Cole Bishop.
Give me another one.
Enjoy our greatest savings ever on our entire collection of Mind and
So what? We're 6 picks away, 7 picks away.
Each of our diamonds
Yes,
are
sir.
still hand selected and responsibly sourced.
8 picks away?
All of our settings are crafted in our own manufacturing and design studio right here in West.
Yep, 8 away.
Reed's Jen's engagement ring and wedding band event. In store only through the end of April.
It's one fantastic ride. The turbocharged, tech-inspired Kia Forte. Leave the new 2024 Forte LXX for $189 a month.
All right. Again, we do want to thank all of our viewers that have been on with us all night. 131 of you would definitely thank you. At some point we did hit over 400 viewers tonight, so we definitely want to thank you guys for all of that, all the viewers tonight.
Feels good.
That's
Definitely want to thank Dennis Ilio from Ilio DePaulo's, 3785 South Park Avenue, Blaisdell, New York 14219. Definitely thank you so much for again opening up the restaurant to us to do this for the draft show. Definitely am excited for that. I'm definitely excited to do some more live shows from here. I'm definitely excited to do the bocce ball tournament, the golf tournament. So definitely watch out for those because we'll be putting out some stuff for that. Also, sonsoferie.com. Definitely check that out for any of our apparel from Do Champions Media Network. And eventually we will have our own Shopify for us as well. So definitely check that out. Great hoodie, great quality. Definitely, Sons of Erie, thank you so much for that as well. Hamburg Brewing Company, beauty pools, and as far like the bocce ball tournament will be from Soleil. You said that all teams are sold out, but the passes are still around. You know a guy?
You guys want an exclusive about the hats?
Absolutely.
They just finished. Here you go. All right, here you go. Sneak peek, new Sons of Erie hats.
Ooh.
Those are nice hats.
Those are
golf
nice.
hats there.
Yes, it is.
That's rubber.
Very nice.
Really
Very
nice.
nice work.
Very nice.
Very proud of it.
I know you put in a lot of hours on that hat.
Yes.
I'm obviously a free hat to anybody that gets bean to trade up.
Yeah, put that call in right now.
Phone's dead.
Not taking any more calls right now.
Dallas selected a linebacker from Notre Dame, Maurice Lufu.
Liufu, yeah, Liufau.
Lufu, yeah.
What? Here's a question for you: is Notre Dame like the school of like Samoans?
Good question.
I would say BYU, UCLA.
I mean, because you see a lot of the like Manti Te'o, this guy. There's probably 15, 20 more that I can't think of off the top of my head.
Much more prominent in Utah and UCLA.
Green Bay Packers.
Mike McDaniels is half African American.
Is he really? Did not know that.
Yep.
I did not know that.
So is Alec Anderson.
Marshall Lloyd, running back out of USC. We are on pick 89 to Tampa Bay. We got Arizona after that. Bills come up at 95.
Another FCS guy, Steve McNair.
R.I.P.
Yep. And before I head out, because I got to get ready, I will give you my prediction for the Bills at 95.
Say it with your chest, homie.
I think the Buffalo Bills will select Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon.
Why'd you pronounce it like that?
Well, next time we talk, we'll definitely know if you were right. We'll either rip you apart or give you your props.
Right.
Give you that attaboy if it comes to fruition.
Hey, I hope I'm right. Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Matt Collins. So it's pretty nice for the Bills. Nice young receiving core.
Yeah, that definitely would be nice. Part of the youth movement there that Brandon Beane has definitely done. So he's done a great job getting the youth movement going here, getting rid of some of the older players that we've had on the team.
Yes.
Yeah, and he did it in a yard sale. Just a whole lot. You don't work here no more.
Tampa Bay.
I want to see who Tampa Bay selects first.
Tyke Smith.
Safety out of
Georgia.
Thank you.
Well, this guy is a really explosive, powerful guy. Played most of his career at Star.
All right, Pat. I'm not kicking you out or anything like that, but you have a good night at work.
I
Thank
will.
you so
Thank
much
you for everybody tuning in.
for joining with us in these almost 4 hours now at this point. So hopefully you're correct with that, and we'll definitely see you next week when we do our live show. Next week, next Friday at 7.
All right, I'll see you guys then. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Yeah. Have a good night, Pat.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, we got 6 picks left. The Cardinals pick is in currently.
I didn't get it in quick enough.
You didn't get what?
I didn't get it in quick enough for Pat.
What?
Good to be seen.
All right, good to be seen.
This is the last pick of the night. Maybe 7th pick. Yeah, and 5 coming in the 2nd and 3rd round tonight. So far, just crushing it.
All right.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Let's get to the podium here, guys.
They took Marvin Harrison last night, Darius Robinson, edge rusher, maybe an inside defensive lineman out of Missouri. Took cornerback Max Melton from Rutgers.
Definitely excited to see who the Bills pick here at 95. It'd be nice to see a double dip, but I mean, it definitely could be. It could be a running back at this point. I would personally like to see a Braylon Allen on this team, running back out of Wisconsin. Definitely would fit that running back 2 role very, very well. And
Seems like it fits here.
Devin Singletary was the last running back taken in the 3rd round by the Bills. By Brandon Bean.
Run and play in man numbers. There are lots of jumpers terrific at the combine. 4.44 speed, jumped over 40 inches. Most impressively,
And shockingly enough, he's on the Giants.
Who's that?
Devin Singletary.
Oh, Singletary, yeah. Bill's East. Bill's Far East.
Better than Bill's South, Carolina.
Yeah, that's true. All right, 91. Come on, Green Bay. You've got to know your pick already. Come on, run it up there. Oh, pick is in, and we're going to commercial. It's the one thing that bothers me about the draft. It's such a great thing to watch, but it goes to commercial at the most inopportune time.
Or the most opportune.
Yeah, for them. Yeah, I got it. I get it. All right, let's see here. What do we got? 10 minutes here.
Tostitos hint of blind flavor hit. It changes things. It takes your snack game up a notch. With a tangy, zesty crunch that's ready to dip.
Let's see who Field Yates' top running backs is Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Will Shipley, who the Bills did have in on the 30 visit. That could be the pick. Wide receiver Troy Franklin, Jalen McMillan out of Washington. Devontae Walker, North Carolina. Javon Baker, UCF. Jatavion Sanders still sitting there as a tight end. Not that we needed another tight end, but definitely would be an interesting thing, bringing in a third tight end.
What the heck?
What?
See what I say?
Toyota RAV4 or Subaru Forester.
2 champions. Twitter.
Yep.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird.
A little transparent.
Little bit, right? I mean, it's a good way to get a follower, I guess. Or following, I guess.
Okay. Restaurant clearing out.
Yeah. Yep. As soon as the Bills pick, we're gonna close out the show and get out of the restaurant. Let everybody go home.
Yeah. It's a long one.
Yeah, I think were we on for 3 hours last night? 4 hours last night? 2 hours and 47 minutes, whatever that is. And definitely, real quickly, any of our viewers, definitely give us a like, follow on Twitter, Facebook, sub to us, like it. Definitely helps us figure out, how to bring you guys more great content from us here at Do Champions. Oh, Packers pick is in. Let's go up and announce it here, guys.
Is he gonna fall to 95?
Who, Franklin?
Yeah.
I mean, he was saying that Daniel Jeremiah doesn't even have him in his top 100. Pat was. Tyrone Hopper, that's a name.
It's not Franklin.
So we got Tampa Bay, Baltimore. I think it's San Francisco, and then the Bills. Out of those teams, the only one that kind of scares me a little bit is Baltimore, as far as taking somebody like a Troy Franklin. But I mean, we'll definitely see what happens. Maybe Bean moves up a pick or two here. And it is Philadelphia. I apologize, at 94, not San Francisco. I absolutely love this jersey behind me, by the way, too.
It's a bust. No, it's old. It's old too. It's been there for a while. 20, 30 years. To white. All right, now that no one's here, man, it takes a lot out of you doing this stuff. So we definitely appreciate anybody that stuck around for us. Anybody that commits to kind of doing content and stuff like that, it's definitely a uncharted personal journey. So thanks for sticking around and listening to us. Try not to cloud the airwaves with too much nonsense. But it's been a fun first foray into doing this. Now we pause for disappointment. Oh my God!
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I we had a little mishap with the power.
It's okay.
Who was taken at 92? They took Jalen McMillan. Why is Troy Franklin falling so much? That's so odd. Comment of the night.
I like that.
From Pat. Good to be seen.
It's in. Phillies on the clock. What you got? We got, baby. They need an O lineman. They need a wide receiver. So this could go either way.
Oh, all right. What are we on right now? Are they really gonna?
93 picks in.
Let's see here.
Just scream at me. Take a pee.
Okay. What do we got for the Ravens here?
I mean, it picks in. Just haven't announced it.
Yeah. Ari just shared a video of Chris Ballard going off on on a reporter talking about A.D. Mitchell's character concerns, almost like Tobin did on Mel Kiper.
Oh, back in the day?
Yeah.
My TV
Come on, let's.
My TV's asking me if I'm still here.
Now it's been 4 hours, like officially. This has definitely been a night. Don't know if I can call it fun, but it's been a night. Who'd they take? Adisa Isaac, linebacker from Penn State. Got Philly, and then we got Buffalo. Come on. Josh Allen might have a run for his money on the basketball court. Keon Coleman played at Michigan State under Tom Izzo.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. Pick is in for the Eagles. Let's see. I swear, if Brandon Bean trades backwards, I might might get real upset here. Either way, we're gonna announce the Bills pick and hop off here for the night. So we definitely want to thank everybody for following us here, following us, giving us follow, giving us sub on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everything, and definitely thank you for sitting with us for the 4 hours here tonight. So, Eagles just took Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian.
Oh boy.
Yep, here we go. Bills pick. And we're off to a commercial. No. I'm on. Bills on the clock. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Like, seriously, how do you not know who you're going to take at this point of the draft? Pick is in for the Bills. Who are we picking here, guys? Wow. Defensive tackle Dwayne Carter.
See you later.
Have a good night. And again, thank you to all of our viewers, followers, all of our sponsors, Elliot Apollo, Sons of Erie, Hamburg Brewing Company, Beauty Pools. Definitely thank you for following us. Thank you for staying with us, and everybody have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next Friday at 7 p.m.